Welcome, everyone. All board members are present except for Vice President Tamayo. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 4, 1 absent. Oral communication on closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matter to the superintendent for review and report. There are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Sections 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, LLP and Adam Silva McNally, LLP. Employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, and Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, 1 case. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, case number H9061/CMS-J 209956. Education Code Section 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended expulsion agreement, student number 114334. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025030975. Government Code Section 54957A allows for discussion of potential threats to the security of buildings, services, or public access to services or facilities. Note, the Chief of Police, a deputy, a security consultant, or a security operations manager must participate in that portion of closed session. We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. If the minutes can include that Vice President Tamayo arrived at 4:45. Closed session announcements will be made by the clerk.
Education Code, Section 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended expulsion agreement student number 114334. A motion by member Delia Dominguez Cervantes, second by member Jessica Tolston. The board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. The ayes were 4, nays were 0, abstentions 0, 1 absent. On Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025-030975. A motion by member Lucy Ugarte, second by member Karen Ramirez Dominguez. The board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. The ayes were 4, no 0, abstentions 0, 1 absent. That's it.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. And Dr. Reyes, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
All right. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will be approving the agenda. I want to note that the staff has withdrawn item 13C, so please strike it. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda with flexibility. We've asked that items 10A, 10B be moved before item 7, and that 9B, 9C, and 9D are moved after or following the oral communication, and that item 14 be moved after those items.
14A, please.
Yes.
Instead of just 14.
14A, just 14A?
Just 14A.
Okay, thank you. Are you making that motion?
I'm making that motion.
Second.
Recording secretary, if you will call the vote, please.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right. We have moved item 10A before oral communication. Dr. Reyes. And I know you have, and Dr. Reyes also would like to make an announcement in the same manner of presentations and recognition.
So, welcome everyone. We have a full house today. So before we begin, I know I'm going to put her on the spot, but I would like to welcome Wendy Lopez. So she is the new assistant to the superintendent and the Board of Education, and it's also her birthday.
Yay.
So her first day will be here till 10, 11 o'clock.
10:30.
So welcome, Wendy. Board, today, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I would like to give the board and cabinets and everyone here on my left a pin, which is in support of breast cancer awareness.
Thank you.
I'm a survivor.
I'm a survivor. And now 10A.
All right, so today, we have a student that we would like to recognize. And so the American Heart Association Kids Heart Challenge and the American Heart Challenge teaches students how to care for their hearts, minds, and bodies through age-appropriate lessons and activities in more than 20,000 schools nationwide. These programs encourage students to get active, build confidence, and support the association work in funding life-saving research and education in heart disease and stroke prevention, as well as cardiac emergency preparedness. So out of hundreds of youth applicants, Bodie Perez, a second grade student at Salt Creek Elementary, was selected as one of only 15 National Youth Heart Ambassadors for the 2025-26 school year. Congratulations, Bodie Perez.
Board comments?
Bodhi, congratulations. Thank you for making our district shine with your effort and the things that you learn and the way that you've just guided us and keeps giving us like this sense of honor that you are part of our district. So thank you. Thank you to your parents, to the teachers, part of the school, for obviously this is a collaboration. And we see just the great work that you're all doing. In him, second grade, it's an amazing accomplishment. I can only imagine the marvelous things you would do in the future. And I wish you all the best and continue to shine bright, lead us, and thank you so much. Congratulations.
Bodhi, congratulations. You're so young to be doing so many things. So I can only see the future is bright. The sky's the limit for you, and you're a shining example to all of your classmates, not just at Salt Creek, but at the whole district. And everybody will see you on the Instagram, and everybody will be so proud of you as we are already. Congratulations, and keep it going.
Bodhi, you're famous. I saw you on the internet even. Yes, and this is what it says. Recognition of National Youth Heart Ambassador. We are excited, this is what it says, to introduce Bodhi as National Youth Heart Ambassador. He is a second grader from Chula Vista and a heart survivor. Bodhi's heart journey began at the age of 1 when he was diagnosed with congenital heart defects, including a hole in his heart. It's already public, Bodhi. It's on the internet. At age 3, he had open heart surgery. Boy, you can be an example for us. You look at you. You're here. You won't let go of your plaque. Yes, we know you're not going to let go of it. And we want to congratulate you. There's so much that we can learn from the youth. Thank you, Bodhi.
Likewise, as my colleagues have said, I think it's great that you're sharing your experience and sharing and raising the awareness of how important it is to take care of ourselves and the importance of the heart and being able to be physically fit, right? Yes, you're in the news, you're on the internet, you're on the Star News, so you're you're very public right now. So congratulations for that publicity. Congratulations for what you're about to do in promoting and raising awareness. Let us know how we can help as a district to help your campaign and help you spread the word throughout the district. Congratulations again.
Bodie, you're an ambassador already. That's a lot to live up to. You're famous, you're on the internet, and you have the title of ambassador. That's a big title. I'm kind of thinking Salt Creek might do a Bodie Day or something, because we got to celebrate you. Congratulations, Bodie. It's a big honor. One out of so many people and at such a young age. And so, as everyone said, thank you for representing us well, and congratulations. Good job, Ambassador Bodie. Dr. Reyes?
Right. We're also very proud to acknowledge and congratulate Director of Communications, Ms. Giovanna Castro, for being appointed as the regional chair for the California School Public Relations Association, also known as CASPRA. CASPRA is a professional organization committed to advancing excellence in the school communications and strengthening public understanding and support for education. In this regional leadership role, Ms. Castro will represent the region, support local outreach efforts, and help elevate the voices of school communication professionals. And, Ms. Castro, you make us all very proud, and you represent CVSD very well. Congratulations.
You get a plaque too. Board comments?
I don't know how you're gonna find the time to do it, but I know you will. You are an amazing, hardworking woman, and we've seen it since I got here in January. And I just want to congratulate you. I know that you do a lot, and I just am excited for you to this new area where you're gonna be working and representing us, and I'm sure you're gonna do a great job. So congratulations again, and yeah, get a spa treatment or something before you start.
Congratulations. I've always told you, you do an amazing job. I mean, the way that you communicate, organize, everything has been nothing short of amazing. I'm sure you're going to do great contributions to CalSPRA. So just, again, like Bodie, keep it going. So congratulations.
Thank you, Giovanna. You're also on the internet. And I didn't realize that you're also going to be the regional chair for the San Diego Imperial region. So it's not just San Diego, for the California School Public Relations Association. And it details the process of you getting appointed, and which is amazing. They looked at your qualifications, they looked at your professional background, and the executive board decided you were it. Well, thank you, and thank you for representing us. We look forward to bigger things. Okay, thank you.
Giovanna, you've been amazing all this time since almost day one. You definitely have transformed the level of communications that is going out from the district. Ever since I remember the first week you came out with the standard of this is the color that we're going to use, this is the image that we're going to use, and only this format we're going to use. So you started standardizing and you started putting some frameworks around the communication that everybody is going to use. You transform our websites. Now our websites are being updated consistently. They have the same look and feel. It's not I'm doing this and somebody else is doing something else. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful that every time, well, I'm almost grateful because now it's everywhere.
Right? I know.
Every time I open any social media, anything on the internet, there's something about the district there. Pictures about the community events, pictures about our students, and the highlighting. We're being recognized everywhere because of your outreach. And especially, I want to highlight your efforts to bring families into the fold. I think that has been an important step. I think you're taking the bull by the horns and doing something great about it. So I seen an amazing outcome with the parent university, and I'm looking forward to everything else that you're going to achieve with that. So congratulations, well deserved.
I always go back to the first time we met and you gave me your lesson plan. You've impressed me from the very beginning, and you continue to impress me, and it's now time. And if I'm right, you really weren't in this educational world prior to this, and so you've really made a name for yourself, because not only are you on the internet, if I say that I'm a trustee in CVSD and I talk about communications, other communications people go, Giovanna. And I'm like, oh, so she's famous. You guys know her. It's about time. I'm glad that others are finally recognizing the impact that you're having. And if it means that I have to see Dr. Reyes' face every time I open social media, then I'm good with it, because he's everywhere. And CVSD is everywhere. And when I'm driving and I see, whether I see it's a vehicle with an advertisement of our school, or it's on a radio station, or we're on social media, I always know that that's you and your team. And so congratulations. It's very well deserved. Okay. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Miss Angela Reed.
Thank you very much. So my 4 years, no speech tonight. I would just like to thank the board for the time that I have spent in front of you, the support that you've provided to CVCEO. This is my last board meeting, and my term is coming to an end. I would also like to thank Dr. Reyes for acknowledging October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We do have employees currently working in the district that are fighting breast cancer, and I'm glad that we're acknowledging it as a district and providing that support. But again, I just want to acknowledge the help and the support that the district has provided to the classified employees here at Chula Vista, and the growth and the improvements that we as a team have provided for these employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista Educators, Miss Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. I want to start off by recognizing Rachel Tien, one of CVE site representatives at Wolf Canyon, who was here last month advocating on behalf of the staff and the resources and supports that they were lacking. We want to thank the board and Dr. Reyes for hearing their concerns and quickly responding. Thanks to Ms. Morales for being there and being hands-on. I know that it has made a difference, and progress is being made to address those concerns and to move forward. It is important that we continue to work collaboratively in ensuring that all voices are heard and concerns addressed before having to get to this point in order to respond. There are many needs across the district that still need attention, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue and problem solving together. On another positive note, I want to share with you that tomorrow our district community school steering committee will be providing onboarding for our newest community schools. We have Montgomery, Otay, Castle Park, Vista Square, and Lauterbach. We strongly believe that this work is the best way to be proactive and ensure the needs of all our students, community, and staff are met through shared leadership and engagement, especially during this time when our federal government is continuously taking away the much-needed resources for our neediest students and families. I also want to thank Dr. Patel and her team for their work around MTSS. They presented to parents yesterday during DAC-DLAC, and anyone who knows me knows that one of my main goals in joining union leadership was to advocate for this work and to ensure that all students have access to early interventions in both academics as well as social emotional supports. MTSS has been a 10-year journey, and so it means a lot to see it incorporated into the rigorous learning for all, and rather than just some extra work that gets put off to the side if there is time. Recognizing that the needs of the whole child are essential for their success. I know that there is still a lot of work to do in this area, but we are moving in the right direction. One concern I do need to bring up is around dual immersion. I have many years of experience as a bilingual teacher, as well as both the Spanish and English components of dual immersion programs in a 50-50 model. So I can appreciate the amount of work that goes into teaching in two languages. As a big challenge, the biggest challenge is always around appropriate materials. It is difficult to find authentic, high-quality text in Spanish, which forces many teachers to have to create their own. Since the change in allocations made to the dual immersion program this year, our teachers have had to shift their instruction to teach language arts through science and social studies. We recognize the positive potential in this shift, but those who are in the classroom putting these changes into practice were not brought into the conversation before making this change. I want to thank Lonnie Perez and Maria Montgomery for recognizing the importance of this and for scheduling some meetings to provide these opportunities now. I want to ask that we make sure that there are multiple ways to open this dialogue up so that everyone can be engaged, since after-school meetings are not always possible for everyone to attend. Some challenges that I am aware of include the quality of Spanish in our TWIG curriculum, the lack of training on NGSS standards that our teachers have received throughout the years, and the lack of literature materials being provided. We're happy to see that the district is looking into a new social studies adoption before the end of this school year. It is much needed and long overdue. Lastly, I just want to say that as you review the contract for assistant superintendents tonight, I cannot say enough about the amazing work that everyone at that table does every day, and you're very much appreciated. The amount of responsibilities on their plate and the grace with which they handle them is admirable. Thank you for recognizing Breast Awareness Month. CVE will be having a team participating this Sunday at the American Cancer Society Walk. And also lastly, to congratulate Giovanna for the amazing work that you do. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Administrators Association, Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening. On behalf of AACV, I want to recognize that tonight's agenda, I know, carries quite a bit of significant and important business for the district. So in that spirit, I'll keep my remarks brief and just take a little bit of time to remind us all of our shared purpose in the midst of upcoming conversations, decisions, and all those things that need to be made. Our focus must always return to those at the heart of our work, the children of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Really, they're our purpose, our responsibility, and our greatest measure of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to oral communications, if our students that are here who were honored would like to leave, it would be a good time for that to happen. We have 7 speakers in public comment. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matter to the superintendent for review and report. And first we have Rachel Tehan, and after Rachel be Rosemary Long, just to be ready.
Good evening. I want to begin by sincerely thanking you for listening to the concerns we shared at the last meeting and for the swift, thoughtful response. We've seen real progress, more visible leadership, stronger communication, and a genuine effort to listen and support. Those steps have made a difference, and we're truly grateful. At the same time, there's still important work ahead, particularly in making sure students are placed in environments where they can succeed and where staff and peers feel safe. Too many teachers still come to work carrying anxiety about what the day might bring. That shouldn't be the norm. We are also noticing a growing trend where general education classrooms, as I alluded to last time, are functioning more like mild mod settings, and mild mod programs are beginning to resemble mod severe environments. This shift makes it even more critical that students are placed appropriately and that staff are equipped to meet their needs safely and effectively. The district has invested significantly in social-emotional learning curriculum and positive behavior systems. For many students, those supports are effective, but for others, they're not. Teachers often feel hesitant to enforce real consequences. And without clear tools and consistent support, more and more teachers are beginning to see suspension as the only option left to maintain safety and order in the classrooms, something none of us want to see become the default. We're also starting to see another concerning outcome. Some families are choosing to keep their children home because they are being bullied, and the students responsible face little to no real consequence. This not only impacts the safety and well-being of those students, but undermines the trust families have in our schools and district to protect and support their children. What we need now is training and guidance on how to respond when behaviors go beyond what social-emotional learning can address, when a student is verbally aggressive, destroying property, or physically harming others. These situations are real, and staff need practical strategies and clear protocols to handle them confidently and consistently. Our shared goal is a safe, supportive learning environment for all students and staff. Thank you again for the progress already made and for continuing to work with us on the next steps toward that goal. Make it a great day or not, the choice is yours. Woo!
Thank you. Rosemary Long, and after Rosemary, it will be Christy. So Rosemary and then Christy.
Did you mean Rosemary Lowry?
Oh, Lowry, sorry. I'm looking at my.
I might have just scribbled that.
It's
Sorry
okay.
about that.
My fault.
Good evening, Superintendent Reyes and members of the board. My name is Rosemary Lowry, and I'm a parent of 2 students of the district. I am actively involved in advocacy for the special education community at the district and in South Bay. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude for your continued commitment to student and staff safety. At the last board meeting, I asked that the district prioritize the front office buzz-in systems. I'm happy to hear that progress is being made at several school sites. I truly appreciate everyone who has prioritized, inquired on, and worked on this project. Tonight, I'm here to speak on behalf of several concerned parents regarding a recent shift on campus in-campus access at several schools. This school year, and for some shortly after fall break, some schools transitioned from our district-wide bell-to-bell closed campus, where parents or guardians could walk their children to the line and exit at the sound of the bell, to a new parent-free model. Parents are now stopped at the gates at these schools and not allowed to walk their children to the line, even for younger grades like kindergarten or students with IEPs. Some schools have tried to set assembling locations, such as using the NPR for a few grades awaiting their teachers. This also has its challenges. Crowded, noisy spaces make regulation difficult and create challenges for supervision. It's practically impossible to properly supervise many children in crowded, loud spaces. Therefore, bullying behavior goes unnoticed. Starting the day already dysregulated sets our students up for a day of struggle rather than a day of learning. In addition, there are concerns regarding children with IEPs. While some have taken into account children with one-on-one service minutes by ensuring parent-to-aid gate handoff, there are still children that are currently undergoing evaluations or don't quite have enough behaviors to warrant our one-on-one that still require parent support during drop-off. Not all aides can arrive early. Most campuses do not have enough staff or noon duties to facilitate appropriate gate handoffs and supervision afterwards. For students with school refusal or transition difficulties, a few minutes with a parent at drop-off can mean the difference between a successful day and one filled with behavioral challenges. In addition, for students with one-on-one service minutes, you need to ensure the appropriate service minutes are documented within the IEP if you are now requiring gate handoff. These are all very important details to consider. While we greatly appreciate the district's focus on safety, we do not believe that removing parents or guardians during a brief 10-minute drop-off window will meaningfully improve campus security. Instead, it will increase student dysregulation, student behaviors, and bullying. It'll decrease staff retention, parent engagement, and sense of community. With less interactions with our principals, teachers, and other parents, we'll be increasingly disconnected and isolated. We urge the board and superintendent to consider the broader implications of this policy shift, especially since it's been reported to be implemented district-wide. All we ask is that change is meaningful and appropriate to each school site and child. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy M., and then it'll be Parisa Hill.
Good evening. I'd like to follow up on my request for a current equity-based needs assessment. At Rogers, our behavioral support currently manages more than 40 behavioral intervention plans, while another school site with the same full-time support manages 12 behavioral intervention plans. Our counselor also carries a caseload over 30 students, many with significant needs, yet the position is still deemed only part-time. I don't understand how these positions are funded equally when the workloads are so different. This doesn't reflect equity, it reflects imbalance. A current needs assessment would make these disparities clear and help ensure staffing and funding truly align with student need as outlined in the district's own goals. I'm not asking for special treatment, just transparency and equity in how support is allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Parisa Hill, and then Mary Davis.
Hi, my name is Parisa Hill. I'm a parent of 2 young children within the district. At the suggestion of District HR, I'm a newly school site council and safety committee member, and I'm the founder of Bonita Mamas, over 600 mamas and a handful of active grandmas. Our 2 newly elected within this year parent board members. Thank you for your time on the board. I know it's hard to be a parent and then also be here. I want to commend Ms. Ramirez Dominguez for asking the difficult questions and providing the transparency that we need. While we may not always attend the meetings, we as parents are listening to the board meetings live, on playback, and in the midst of our busy evenings with our children. I'm here to address an issue that affects us all, which is a continuing theme of safety and security of our children. I will not be naming schools for the safety of our students, but I have given the information to this lady over here. Unfortunately, in today's climate, we must be vigilant to protect our children from potential threats. One simple no-cost step the district can take to ensure that all school buildings are properly locked and secure at school drop-off. This includes, but is not limited to, front doors, corridors, and gates. This is a stopgap until the planned auto locks, buzz-in system, and cameras are installed. This simple measure may deter and will most definitely delay unwanted company. Locked and monitored entrances serve as a critical line of defense against unauthorized individuals that wish to gain access to our campuses. While rare, open doors and unlocked entrances allow students the opportunity to exit, particularly if they are one of our more vulnerable SPED students. Anyone with malintent could walk into the doors as registered sexual offender, a parent with a restraining order, or God forbid, a mass shooter. Anyone with, I'm grateful and relieved to report that I brought this up with our school principal, and she included us in safety discussions while also working with the district to make plans to follow through with additional safety installs. I'm grateful for her leadership and collaboration. My gratitude to her and every principal that works tirelessly to help keep campuses safe. Let's keep the momentum and continue to focus on entrance safety. I urge the board to ensure all schools are locked after parent drop-off and remain locked until pickup. Our children's safety is non-negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Davis, and then Logan Bellew.
Hi, yes, good evening. Mary Davis, Government Watchdog and Regional Accountability Partner. And I'm here tonight to express my concerns with AB 495, and that it's my understanding that it did pass, and so now it's into law, but I was closely tracking it, and even I lost track. There were changes along the way and such. And so my concerns were, at one point, there were no signatures required to be verified. You just had to, like, the honor system. So if we compare that to the county library, they actually require 2 forms of ID to check out a physical book from the library, but no ID to actually show anybody to check out a kid from school. So what I'm asking your district to do is to, now that it's in its last iteration, that you would put out an information packet to parents, tell them exactly what AB 495 is, what exactly the parameters are, because even if you go into AI, I'm getting different answers about it. It's changed so many times. I'm also asking that you realize that the community that it is meant to serve, the vulnerable immigrant community, is ripe for predation. We have only to look at notarios who prey on their own community for this vulnerable population. We could also look at Los Angeles, where a soccer coach preyed on a young man, plied him with alcohol to sexually prey on him, and he ended up dead. So the dire consequences are real, and I'm asking you to lead the way, because what I'm hoping is if you do this, that other districts would follow, and that maybe like through CSBA or something, that you could even do it like a large umbrella to make sure that the correct information is going out, that safeguards are in place, and also for that parent notification list. With the last I checked at the 495, like 3 weeks ago, they said there was nothing that prevented a district from going above and beyond. And that's what I'm asking you to do, to make that emergency contact list a requirement, that the form doesn't override your contact list. Your contact list is always overriding, because the kids are counting on you, the parents are counting on you, and the community is counting on you. I feel like the state kind of dropped the ball. I did reach out to Celeste Rodriguez, the bill sponsor, 3 different times, never heard anything. So we're counting on you, and I really look forward to working with you on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Logan Bellew, and then Kara Good.
Good evening, board. My name is Logan Bollier, and I am here to present a program that I would like to do between Olympian High School and Wolf Canyon Elementary. Now, I have some packets that I would like to give the board.
For the clerk, please.
And these packets entail most of the information that I will be talking about. So currently I am a junior at Olympian High School, and I am a previous graduate of Wolf Canyon Elementary. And at Olympian, we have some engineering programs, but I would like to start an engineering program that not only includes everybody at the high school, but when we do our experiments, we go and bring it to the elementary schoolers for them to do. Now, being raised as a Navy brat, I've been to a few different schools, and I've picked up on some programs that I really liked. And one of these programs was very similar to this, where the high schoolers would come down and they would do experiments with us. I liked it so much that it kept me motivated to stay in school. I was always looking forward towards the next experiment, and it created an environment that we were all had our imaginations running. We were all creating crazy ideas, and I want to create that same feeling with everybody else that I can. And talking with peers is a lot of them have brothers and sisters that go to Wolf Canyon, and they are all on board with this program because they want to teach their brothers and sisters what engineering is. And a lot of us have thought about going into engineering, so getting experience and leadership with the high schoolers, and then we give the elementary schoolers, we give them the creativity, we let their imaginations run wild. And overall, they get experience and they can decide if they like engineering or not. Now, what's in it for us, like I was kind of saying, is it gives us experience, it gives us leadership skills. We get to lead a team of like 4 or 6 elementary schoolers. We get to teach them how to build a bridge. We can see how far paper airplanes go. And for the elementary schoolers, they get to create whatever they want. And I would really love to make this program come alive. So Dr. Reyes, if I could please schedule a one-on-one to talk more with you, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Good.
Superintendent Reyes and school board members. First, I would like to thank the district for improvements that they have made to school safety over the last few years. I appeared before the board for the first time in 2022 after the Uvalde shooting. Thank you for hearing my concerns. As a safety committee member at my daughter's school, I am encouraged by the priority Ms. Diaz places on school safety, for Mr. Newborn's attendance at our meetings, and for our video cameras on campus. I look forward to the upcoming improvements that will be made over the next year, like access control systems. On another note, I wanted to express my disappointment at the fact that 2 longstanding traditions were discontinued this year: school campouts and graduation ceremonies at East Lake Church. Mrs. Diaz informed us of these changes made by the district at her monthly coffee chat, and for that, I am grateful. However, we were not provided with a reason why these changes were made in communication by the district. From my understanding, a few campouts were canceled last minute. Rumor is that parents were caught with alcohol at one school campout. My question is, why were the other 50 district schools punished for those parents' actions? Would a better idea have been to discontinue campouts at that particular school for a set period of time? My daughter was extremely disappointed that she would not be able to spend the night with her friends on school property, as she is a 6th grader this year. I feel like the district is continuing to restrict these community building events that bring a sense of belonging to our school campuses. In addition, I was also disappointed to learn that schools would not be allowed to hold their graduation ceremonies at East Lake Church. From what I understand, this did not cost the district money to have our school graduations at the church. East Lake provided a special venue for our 6th grade families. It was a large air-conditioned venue that provided a comfortable arena for the students' immediate and extended families to attend their child's graduation ceremony. With graduations moving back to campus, the district is now placing the burden on school staff and parents, especially the custodian. You are also decreasing the number of family members that can attend. Rumor has it that a family from Marshall complained that graduation was at a religious institution, even though there were no religious components at the graduation. My son, who attended Liberty, had his graduation ceremony at East Lake Church 2 years ago, and there were no religious components to the ceremony. Again, no explanation was given as to why we were moving graduation ceremony celebrations back to school campuses. Can I finish?
Thank you so much. Why can this decision not be made on a case-by-case basis? I recall being at the board meeting where other Marshall families spoke in favor of keeping their graduation at Eastlake. Why were their concerns ignored and not heard? In conclusion, why are we making decisions based on the actions of a few? Why are all stakeholders not considered when making these decisions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're now moving on to the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team Business Services and Human Resources Review. Dr. Reyes.
Thank you, Board. On April 2025, the district and the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, also known as FICMAT, entered into an agreement for FICMAT to conduct a review of the district's business and human resources process and procedures. The scope included review of operational processes and procedures in the two departments and make recommendations for improved efficiency, evaluate current workflow and distribution of functions and make recommendations for improvements, conduct an organizational and staffing review and make recommendations for staffing improvements and improved efficiency. And with that, we have from FICMAT, we have Marcus Warwick that will be presenting.
Thank you, board members. Superintendent Reyes, I appreciate you having me tonight. Again, my name is Marcus Warwick. I'm with FICMAT. I'm going to refer to FICMAT because that's what I call it. So it's Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. As I'm going through this presentation, I want you to pay attention. We're here for the management assistance, not the fiscal crisis, right? So you'll notice on our logo, there's like the lighter blue right below the A on FICMAT, and so that's really what we're here for on that, is that management assistance portion. So real quick, who is FICMAT and what do we do? We were established in the early 90s when the first school district in the state of California went bankrupt or insolvent up in the San Francisco Bay Area. The state at that time created an agency, FICMAT, to add in fiscal solvency, fiscal accountability, and so on. So over the last 3 decades, we've really evolved from fiscal standards and fiscal accountability to a lot of professional development, management assistance work, and so on and so forth. On the management assistance side, that's when school districts will reach out to us and say, hey, there's some things we want you to take a look at. Can you be a fresh set of eyes, bring a team in and let us know what you think of and how can we can improve, and so on and so forth. So I kind of want to keep it to that. We're an independent external agency. We get our allocation from the Department of Finance. Our FICMAT's administrative agent is Kern County Superintendent of Schools, which is in Bakersfield. A lot of us don't live in Bakersfield. We're actually all throughout the state. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in Susanville, which I had to drive through Reno to get there, to kind of give you an idea how to get there. So that's kind of what we do all throughout the state. So as Superintendent Reyes, I will go through the scope of work. We specifically were looking at your business services, more specifically your budget development, budget monitoring, position control, payroll, accounts receivable, and accounts payable. So that's what specifically we were looking at on the business side of the district. On the HR side, we are looking at hiring, onboarding, exit interviews, evaluations, training, personnel file management, and then leave management as well. And although, for example, on leave management and especially on the business side position control, there are some overlapping with other departments that we'll also review, and I'll speak to that as well. Lastly, evaluate the workflow of those items in between the departments for communication purposes and so on and so forth. So, and then conduct the staff and org, and I'll actually talk about the staff and org towards the end of my presentation. So these reports are a deficit model. So when the district asks us to come in, we're looking for issues, we're looking for problems, we're looking for, hey, this is what you're doing, but it's not quite hitting the ball out of the park, you're almost there, or hey, your policies are outdated, and so on. So our process is we will develop a document list, and it's an extensive. I mean, I think there was over 100 items on the document list to both departments. We'll conduct interviews over the 3 days that we were here. We interviewed about 40 people. HR staff, business staff, payroll staff, administrators, other key leaders within the organization to really get a sense as to what's going on. Then from there, we'll triangulate in terms of, hey, what's the best practices? What are the board policies? What are relevant laws? What did we hear and what do we see? And then where's the disconnect in those, right? A couple things that I want to point out, though, on this as we're going through the report. On the business side, you had some new people there, new key people within that department when we were there. I think Mr. Pong was 8 months on the job when we first started. You had a brand new director of fiscal, 2 accountants were brand new, and so on and so forth. We like to hear that because when we interview, like, hey, why are you interviewing? They're here, they're still trying to understand the district and the organization. But we like, hey, what do you see what's going on? What do you see that's working or not working, and so on and so forth. And so I want to recognize that, like, hey, when we're talking to people and they're new, it's what they're seeing and so on and so forth. So if anything, this somewhat kind of helps them work on improving the organization or improving their departments. We're focusing primarily on processes and procedures within the organization, right? So what's working well and so on. And the reason why we focus on processes and procedures is when somebody leaves, is that process going with them, a good or bad process, right? So if they've got this excellent budget development process, for example, but if they leave the organization, are there systems set up in place that just continues and they continue to do it and that's the expectation? Or is that how they did it and once they leave, nobody's really understanding what's going on and so on and so forth? And so that's kind of what we're looking at when we speak to people. So kind of going over to my key findings. Again, I want to make sure these are deficit models, so we're looking for problems. If we were reporting out everything that would be good, we would still be here working, right? So we're looking for problems. So I just did key findings that I felt were important throughout the report and just some things to be thinking about. So one of the things on your personnel files, in speaking with staff and seeing them as well, you have 4 different areas where you're storing personnel information. So you have physical files, right? Somebody brings in transcripts, either the employment application or TB test results or anything of that sort that's stored in there. You have your FileMaker Pro, which to our understanding is what we heard, that's your legacy system of former employees within the district. And then you have 2 systems, Business Plus and PeopleSoft. So to our understanding, Business Plus was your old financial system, and then you transitioned over to PeopleSoft, but they're still maintaining information in Business Plus. And so one of the questions that we were asking staff, how do you use the different, like what's the purpose of the different systems? Because we don't understand that. We're not getting it why you're having all 4. Like if you're, we gave an example of if you're uploading an application, where are you putting them? Oh, I'm putting them in all 4 spots. Okay, well, why are you doing that? What's the purpose? And so, what's the reason behind that? And so we're trying to ask probing questions to the ones that we're interviewing of like, why are you doing, like, what's the purpose of this? I think one of the concerns that we would have is what is the primary file system? So if something, litigation or something of that comes to the district, you're going to have to determine what is the primary system or primary file system that you're going to review personnel data. Because what you don't want, and this is what we started seeing, sometimes files are uploaded to this system, sometimes files are uploaded to the other system, or a department may be using this system, but the other department may not be using this system. And so what's the correct system to use and what's the most important one? We did hear and we did know that the district was going to be eliminating, or I should say, or ending the contract with Business Plus. But when speaking to staff, they had no idea. And I kind of felt like we let the cat out of the bag of like, well, maybe that wasn't communicated to them and we shouldn't have said anything. But importantly, staff have to know like, hey, if I'm not going to put this into Business Plus anymore, where is it supposed to go? What's the new process, what's the new procedure, and so on and so forth, so we ensure that everything is correct. I think the other thing is a duplication of work. One staff member indicated that, I was doing a lot of filing this day and so on and so forth. Well, if they're filing, I would say probably 25% of their day is relevant, but the other 75% of the day, it's just the duplication of work. right? Because you're putting the same thing in PeopleSoft, then to Business Plus, into FileMaker Pro, and then to the physical file. So what's the determination in terms of what's the primary system within the organization that you're going to use, right? On position control is near and dear to FCMAT. If you don't know what position control is, it's a tracking mechanism to ensure that the district is aware of all of their allocated positions within the district. Why is this important? Well, your people make up 88% of your budget. And really, if you're going to do reductions, there's only one time out of the year that you can make those reductions if needed. And if you miss that, then this is where the fiscal crisis, where we would come back on a fiscal crisis basis and so on. That is one of the easiest. That some of the districts that have become insolvent have been because of their position control was not accurate and their costs were not realized appropriately. So when one of the easiest things that we will do, or questions that we will ask and reports that we ask for, are, hey, give me a report of your position control. Show me where everybody's at. Show me where everybody's at in the site. Show me where everybody's at within the departments, within your divisions, and so on. If those reports don't match up correctly, there's a problem, right? So right now, from what we heard, payroll and the Human Resources Department was using Business Plus, and then Business Department was using PeopleSoft. Now the problem though is PeopleSoft is your primary financial system that you're reporting to the county, that then ultimately reporting to the state. So if there's not a reconciliation between Business Plus and PeopleSoft, that can become a problem, right? For budgeting purposes and so on and so forth. And so that's one of the things that when we saw and we started talking to people, hey, what's the reason behind this? Help us understand why this is occurring and so on. The other thing on your position control is your personnel action forms. So these forms are paper forms that are initiated when there's any type of change in personnel. Separation, promotion, termination, change in pay, or anything of that sort. We heard sometimes the forms get lost, sometimes they're not filled out completely, and so on. But then more importantly, what's the reconciliation from that paper form into either PeopleSoft or into Business Plus if there's reconciliation going on? And we weren't really hearing that. When we say reconciliation, that's really Business Department, HR, payroll. HR saying, hey, here's who we have at the various sites and departments. Business is, hey, here's who we have budgeted. And then payroll is, here's who we're actually paying, right? I can tell you a school district that when they implemented a position control system, they found over 100 employees that were deceased, were still receiving a paycheck. That's why it's important, right? That's why that reconciliation process is important, right? You have people here, we're a people business, we're here to educate kids, you want to make sure that they're paid correctly, and if they're not here, well, that's money going out the door that can be spent somewhere else. So we also threw in our fiscal health risk analysis. Section 19 is specifically related to position control. When I say get to yes responses, that is a fiscal health tool that when districts are experiencing fiscal crisis, we go in and apply the FHRA to them. Those are 20 areas that we've seen that are that we've seen common items in district that have become insolvent. It's not that you're heading in that direction or anything of that sort. That's not what I'm saying. But these are things to do to ensure that best practices are occurring, ensure that you're tracking your personnel correctly, ensuring that people are getting paid correctly, people are showing up correctly, so on and so forth. So here's a chart, and this is in the report, and I'm going to go to the next slide because it expands it a little bit. But I lost the clicker. Did my battery die? There we go. This is on page 22 of the report. And really, this is a breakdown of position control as to who's responsible, what department is responsible for what within position control. This gives you a framework. This doesn't mean that this has to be the Chula Vista way or we're forcing this, but this just gives you a framework as to how things should happen and how things should occur appropriately for a well-functioning position control system. Right? Some changes will have to be made. Not every district is the same, given the size, given what is priorities and so on. But this just gives you a general framework as to Who is responsible? Who should be doing what within position control? And then ultimately, again, going back to that FHRA, what's the reconciliation that's being done between business, HR, and payroll? Because that's vital. I think my clicker's, yeah. So leaves is another one that we talked about, and so leaves was, when I say both departments, I mean on that human resources and payroll, that they expressed frustration with the process, not sure what's occurring, and so on and so forth. So from our interviews, payroll was primarily the department that was responsible for managing leaves, and we disagree with that. And the reason why we disagree that payroll should be managing leaves is you have relevant federal, state, and law revolving around leaves. You have board policy. You have collective bargaining agreements that have impacts to leaves and how that should occur. You have potential accommodations if necessary, or interactive processes that should occur. And that really should be under HR's umbrella, not necessarily payroll. Payroll should be involved, but they're more or less ensuring that they're being paid appropriately, ensuring their retirement contributions are done correctly, and so on and so forth. But that information really should be going from HR to payroll and working together. We also didn't hear that there was a centralized system of tracking leave correctly as to who's on what leave, how much time they have left, so on and so forth. And so those were concerned. Now, both departments expressed we're just not sure how this is supposed to work, and had frustrations with it, and so on. Lastly, you did contract with EFMLA, which is an electronic leave tracking system. It's great. I actually put in my information. I immediately got an email. I think the thing that was missing with that is it didn't reflect back to your board policy, which is important. It didn't reflect your collective bargaining agreements, which are vital, right? And so I think from on the employee side, on the customer service side, it's important to know that, hey, here's information in terms of your board policies, your collective bargaining agreements on leaves to ensure that we're following, or the district is following that appropriately. In addition, at the time of fieldwork, when we took a look at the board policies, the last update on the board policies were anywhere from 1991 as the latest one to be updated to 2002. And so that is something that should be potentially revised. Sometimes board policies, the law hasn't changed, but at least you revisited it to say, hey, we're reviewing this, and so on. I'm pretty sure that leaves have changed since 1991 on some, I think it was a 4300, which was on the management side. But it's just something to think of, right? Because what you don't want to do is have an outdated board policy and it conflicts with the law, or it conflicts with a collective bargaining agreement, because that could cause some frustration, in other words. Next slide, please. Can you go one more? So same thing as to what was that position control. We put together as the typical tasks that the HR department should be responsible for, what payroll should be responsible for, and so on. Ultimately, what needs to occur here is really just that communication between both departments. And that's occurring. It's just, how does that communication look like? What does that look like? Who's responsible for what? And that's why we're hoping with this chart, people understand what needs to occur, and so on and so forth. So that's, when I say that communication, that's vital, and we're hearing that, right? And the employees were great talking with us. Everybody was wonderful speaking to. It was just, sometimes it's, how do we fix this? What do we do? What's occurring across the state, and so on. Next slide. The last one is our staff and org. So a couple things on here. We typically will do a similar size district, and so on. Well, in Chula Vista's case, you're the largest elementary school district in the state. It would be inappropriate for us to compare you to a high school district. It would be inappropriate for us to compare you to a unified district, right? And so that was interesting to see that. Now, when we look at district enrollment, not necessarily total enrollment, because of the impact of charter schools, right? We typically will remove the students that are associated with the charter schools, because we don't know if it's an independent or dependent charter, what services are on the oversight process, and so on. And so then we're looking at just, I think it removed 8,000 students. I know a good portion of that are still, they're still your students, and you're still serving a majority of those 8,000 students. But that's how we look at things when we take a look at enrollment and comparable districts. Before anything should happen with addition or subtractions, and I'm not even saying anything on doing that, I would first go back to, how could we be more efficient with what we have now? Great example is the personnel files. If we're entering something into the same thing into 4 different systems, the question has to be asked, hey, look, like what can we do to become more efficient? A big thing that we look at is training. We all know laws are being changed every single day. It's a nightmare to keep up with CSBA's policies. I remember loathing the time that those would come in because you'd print them out and it'd be a stack that thick and you have to read them and ensure that they're, how does this apply to the district? But that's important, which also relates to our staff training and so on and so forth. That's vital to that. So before we do anything on staffing changes or anything like that, I would want to make sure that how are you implementing recommendations within the report to ensure are we becoming as efficient as we can with what we have? Because sometimes we might not be able to add staff, but we've got to become more efficient. And what does that look like within our organization? Last slide. So I want to say kudos to the district for asking us to come in. These are, and again, we always tell this when we do interviews, it's a deficit model. We are looking for problems. We are looking to how to improve and so on. We write to best practices. We write to board policy. We write to relevant law and so on. And so if we're not seeing these things, that's what we're writing about. It's really how can we get better? How can we do better within an organization? So there's kudos to the district for bringing us in because we're a public agency. This report will be posted on our website, and so it takes guts to have us come in and do this willingly on the management assistant side. I will say though, there's a couple of these recommendations though, minor modifications. Communications or changes in policies, I would really consider that the low-hanging fruit in terms of just pushing that department forward, pushing those staff, and helping them become better. So with that, I went through that quick. So I kept on wanting to look at the timer if I was running out of my 3 minutes, but any questions for me or anything like that?
We have no speakers on this item. Board questions?
I do, but first of all, I want to thank you. And I want to thank you also for being very clear that this is a deficit assessment, which we all know if anyone went to look for anything in your own closet, at home, your dishes, you're going to find it. So I appreciate that. What I do also appreciate, though, is my colleagues here. When I first asked for the FICMAT, I'm really encouraged that we all agreed that this is what we wanted to do so that we can make the process better. Yeah. I had one question regarding hiring. Did you take a look at that onboarding process, the posting, that sort of thing?
So on specific, are you talking about recruitment?
Yes.
So we're looking at
process.
Are you talking about the process of hiring, or we're having a difficulty hiring staff?
No, the process of hiring, we're posting, and then with the hiring piece of it, if you saw any efficiencies that we could.
So that is mentioned in the report under page 15 of the report. I will point out one thing that I scratched my head on, right, in terms of there's a pre-employment physical, right, which we noted in there, hey, what's the relation to risk management, right? Because if there is a necessity of an accommodation, that needs to occur, right? And what's that? I will say in terms of hiring, and this is where I scratched my head, and this is where the team kind of questioned it, is the charging of fingerprints as an organization. The concern with that is it is already difficult finding staff. Not only finding staff, but good staff. And we're really competing with other businesses that, A, it's slow, right? Our processes are slow. We're a government entity. Typically, they're slow anyways. But then is it faster for them to go down and get the same pay and not having to pay for fingerprints? So if you look at a classified staff person, if they have to pay I believe it was $60 was the charge for fingerprints. If they have to pay for that, I'm just thinking, that means depending on what their rate is, that's what, a couple hours of work just to work off what I just paid for my
Talk about
fingerprints.
4 hours, 5 hours of work.
And so that would be, you know, that would be, I think, something as an organization. Now that is board policy. That is absolutely your board policy, right? There is a cost associated with eliminating that, and I completely understand that. You know, that would, you'd work with Mr. Pong, your HR and HR, to determine what that would look like. But, you know, in trying to become efficient as possible, is that a barrier? Is that a barrier for staff? Is that a barrier for prospective employees within the community? Some communities wouldn't even do that. Some not. That is odd. I did ask. I have a colleague that lived in the San Diego area. I'm like, hey, did you guys do that? Is that common in San Diego County to do? And it sounds like that's something that's common within this area. But, you know, again, I've been all up and down the state of California, and that I'm not really hearing that a lot. And so, you know, it's already hard to find staff. It's already hard. Why add one more thing that's more out of their pocket to come, you know, say, hey, come work here, but you have to pay for it, right? You know, almost seems like a pyramid scheme, if I may, right? So just,
good
you know,
analogy, but
you know, but that would be, I think that would be the one thing on the hiring.
I'm also along those lines on the hiring. I know a specific situation where EdJoin called out a specific job requirements and such, and other documentation didn't show it. So I wondered if there was a disconnect between the EdJoin process. Did you look at that?
We didn't look at EdJoin specifically because ultimately that's a contract between the district and I believe it's San Joaquin County Office of Education is who runs EdJoin. And so that would be a discussion that your contractor, I mean, they're contracted with you for that service. I would still say hopefully you continue with EdJoin because that is really the primary educational on the certificated side. That's a primary recruitment source. Maybe not necessarily on the classified. So I think I'd go back and figure out, you know, what classification are you specifically referring to? If it's something within the job description, that would be something, you know, I'm sure HR would be able to work towards changing or working with the associations if they're positions that are represented.
Right, and my point, the reason behind it is so that what we're posting actually equates to what we hire.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you'd hope that people would, you have the minimum qualifications and that they would apply for it and so on. But sometimes, you know, I mean, even when I was at a district working and, you know, I have a credential from, you know, out of state or from another country, and it's like, that really doesn't work, you know, or they don't even know what the job is. They just saw it. Where I was from, they would confuse it with Riverside, and so they were like, "Oh yeah, you're Southern California." I'm like, "No, I'm Central California." So, you know, but again, I would. That's something that you'd easily be able to work at. I would. That's low-hanging fruit. That's you know, look at what specifically, and I'm sure the HR department would be able to rectify that quickly.
I appreciate your time on this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything else?
Yeah. So go ahead.
I know this is business and HR, but when you interviewed employees, you or your team, how was their morale? How was their enthusiasm with making changes or their providing their input? And the reason I ask is because I feel that for an organization or a company to run, the employees themselves need to be happy and excited for what they do.
99% of the time, and we go into districts that aren't great. 99% of the time, it's never the employees. Right, and I will say this for your employees, everybody was wonderful talking to. I mean, even I forgot the individual's name, we were talking about the personnel files, and I was just, well, why is that? And she's kind of like, I don't know. But that's a great question, you know. But sometimes, like, you're so reactive, you know, you're reactive to things, so you're kind of going fire to fire to fire, and we all understand that. But you know, I mean, and this is where I think it's good for us to come in because we could ask the questions. Help it make sense to us, or why did this occur? How did you get to this? And we could ask those probing questions, and so on. All the employees that we sat down with were wonderful. You know, at first they're a little like, this is fiscal crisis. And we're like, no. You know, we're here to help. You know, we're talking about things. We want to know how we can help you improve. And typically that's how we would start out. How can we help you improve? How can we help you do your job better? And that drives a lot of what we hear too, because if we're hearing it collectively and then we're not seeing in the documentation, or we see in the documentation, but we're not hearing it, that's where that triangulation comes from. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
And my question was about exit interviews.
Mhm.
Of what I read with your recommendation, how helpful it is to conduct like exit interviews.
Depends.
Okay.
Right? I think there's a lot that goes into exit interviews, and not just is it somebody that's retiring, they're like, hey, I'm out of here. You know, is it somebody that was that did make probation, right? 'Cause you know, where are you actually getting your data, which really shouldn't be there to get your data, right? You know, we as an organization, and this isn't in the report, but you need to be surveying employees and so on and so forth. That's like more of a customer service thing to ensure. So then you even prevent them from going to that exit interview and getting upset, right? They do have information. They do provide an exit interview an opportunity, if you will. But again, you know, sometimes it can be skewed data and so on. So that's what's somewhat difficult at times, right?
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like also the different positions, like the range of positions that we hold. I was also like very interested to seeing what you guys see and the beneficial part of conducting these.
Anytime you can get data, it's beneficial.
Okay.
You know, even if it's bad data, at least it's something.
Yeah.
Right? Because if there's something consistent that you're kind of like for us, if we're constantly hearing it, right? But if it's this comment, then there's this with, you know, these comments that are out in left field. Okay. But if it starts becoming a consistent comment, it's like, well, why is this?
Yeah.
Right? And start asking questions. So even if data's data, and it's still good.
Yeah. Sounds good. Does it actually have a very like a large fiscal impact to conduct exit interviews rather than not doing them?
Wait,
like would we be losing money conducting exit? You know, like the time that it takes to conduct exit interviews, is it fiscally impactful?
The cost?
Yeah.
I think the cost is going to be very, very minimal.
Okay.
You know, I believe they did a Google link, and that's part of it. But again, it's hard. Who's doing it? Who's not doing it? And so on. It goes back to that. But the cost, I would not say the cost. I think the data would still be more valuable than the minor cost of this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the report and the presentation. It was really great. Thank you.
Yes. Hi. Well, thank you for the 40-page report. I did skim a little bit through it. Obviously, position control is something important in every single district, and that is something that I'm looking forward for this district to do a better, improve the process of position control here. One of the things that and you did find it, is this idea of having 4 different systems. And we've been talking about that for at least 2 years. I've been asking what is the plan to move from Business Plus into PeopleSoft. PeopleSoft is very expensive. Business Plus is very expensive. FileMaker Pro, it's like $100,000. And then whatever we're using to do the file system in personnel time. Yearly. So it's an expense, and not only that is the expense of the repetitive work, right? Having to enter 4 times. So, and I know that PeopleSoft is a county system that most of the districts here in San Diego County use. I don't think all the districts have 4 different systems. Have you seen that?
Well, I haven't been in every single district yet.
Or have you seen other districts that have?
No. You know, I've seen 2 where maybe the county system isn't providing all that they need, right? You know, because ultimately PeopleSoft is a financial system that thinks about HR information.
Right.
Right? There's not a perfect, you know, human resource information system that then automatically converses with a financial system and so on. And so I recognize that. But I think the accuracy of the data is what's going to be important. If the district decides to use 4 systems, right, for whatever reason, our response would be like, okay, but what's the, aside from the duplication of work, right, where's the reconciliation so all of them are the same? Right? Because right now there's not a reconciliation. There's not, whether that be automatic or something of that sort. So, what are you specifically using this system for? Because know that what's being ultimately sent to the county and to the state is out of your PeopleSoft system. So we're by default, FCMAT's by default, be like, look, PeopleSoft needs to be your primary system. If you have other supplemental systems, okay, fine. That's local control, right? But that PeopleSoft system needs to be as accurate as possible. And so, but if you have other departments that are paying, tracking people and then paying people out of other things, that's not your primary financial system. That's where you run into issues, right? Because you could look at a Business Plus report, hey, we're fine, and then what's going to the county is, hey, what's going on? So there's not that reconciliation, right?
Right.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Now, with you hinted a little bit on your presentation that there might be tasks being done by other departments that should really belong to other departments, right? So, and why they're doing that might be because we've always done it that way.
Yes.
Right. That is the
Yes.
classic answer in education. We always done it that way.
Yes.
That's why we're doing it. The great thing about it is that we have a fairly new team in the finance department, right? So with Mr. Pong and his team, they're fairly new, so that gives us an opportunity to bring fresh perspective and fresh ideas there and change. Now with HR, there's a lot of the HR team. It's like 4 years now? 4 years. So is there like a list or a framework that you can provide on what tasks should belong to HR and what tasks should belong to maybe somewhere else?
So in terms of leaves, the management of leaves should for sure be under HR, right? Every organization is going to be a little bit different. And I'll give benefits, for example. Sometimes it's under the business department, sometimes it's under HR. Risk management, sometimes it's under HR, sometimes it's under business. And that's where that local control comes in. And I think I would defer to the expertise, Mr. Pong over here, and like what do you think? He's well aware as to what should and shouldn't be, and so on. That's that local control, right? So there's not a framework in terms of this has to be under this outside of internal controls. When I mean internal controls, you don't want payroll entering somebody, paying somebody, and then making changes, right? That's where that segregation of duties in terms of business funds it, HR fills it, payroll pays it, because then that's that internal control, right? So the reason why we recommended leaves to go over is because you've got the collective bargaining implications, which is an HR function. You've got the board policy. You've got relevant federal, state, and laws related to leaves that really are under that HR umbrella, right? Payroll is everything's going to be how to pay appropriately, how to make sure we're compliant with PERS and STRS, and so on. And so that's why in that instance we recommended leave to be under the management of leaves to be under HR and not payroll. Payroll still needs to be involved, but not necessarily managing it.
Right.
So I'll give you another example, and I think this is also in the report on the staff and org on the business side. Bakersfield City, their MOT department is completely separate from their, I believe that was the one that was completely separate from their business department. Whereas I believe in here it's under business. In some districts it's under business. So when we do staff and orgs, when we look at that, we always have to figure out, okay, if we're just looking at budget, accounting, accounts receivable, accounts payable, are those all under it? Because we don't want to include when we look at other FTEs at other departments, because they're, hey, they have 50 and we only have 25. Well, they have MOT under maintenance, operations, and transportation under them as well, and that's a separate department over here. So it's not necessarily apples to apples. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing the responses from the district to this report and how we're going to improve. And thank you for paying us a visit.
Absolutely.
I don't have a lot of questions because I think they were all answered in the course of our conversation here. I do want to thank you for I'm sorry, I don't have my mic on. So there were no major red flags in anything you saw, just a matter of tweaking things that could be better, right? And is that correct?
Yeah. I think probably the only thing that would be the paying out of the different systems. Right.
Well, and that was my next question
Yeah.
to kind of clarify. So I've only been in the district in this position for 4 years, but it seems to me like if we kind of gave a direction of, hey, let's go down to 2 because and analyze all 4 systems. Like if this one does something here that the other 2 don't, then maybe we do that a different way. I mean, obviously we're going to use the county system, the PeopleSoft, because we
Yeah.
have to have that communication with
Yeah.
the county. But I think that we need to look at the other 3 and analyze and say, what does this one do that this one's not doing, that this one's not doing, and which one of those, and talk to the people. And I also want to thank anyone who participated in these interviews with you, and thank you because this data is very important for us to hear and it's very helpful. But I also want to go to them again and say, which systems do you think are the most important in the work that you do every day so that we can narrow it down and streamline down to that important, I want to not to say additional, but the one that's going to help us with PeopleSoft if we need to even have those extra systems. Because I'm all about systems, but for and duplicating work, I'm not about.
Well, just to kind of give you an idea, when we write the report, one of the things that we have to write to when we're writing our sections, what are we seeing? What's the conflict with board policy or relevant law? What's the best practice? How did they get there?
Right.
And so when speaking to employees about how did this come to fruition? How did you get to this point? It's kind of what Francisco said was, well, it's kind of how we've always done it.
Like we added
Right,
this
yeah.
one and then we added this one. And then we added this
but I
one,
will
yeah.
say with Superintendent Reyes, Mr. Pong, you've got people in place that could help you make those recommendations and make those changes. The fact that you're calling us in and just saying, because again, they're not nice. I will fully admit that, right? Like they're not great. But if you look at it, if you remove it and look at it, could this make us better?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah.
Well,
So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, because and that was kind of what I was saying and thanking them. I would go to them as the experts
Yep,
in that
yep.
department to say which of these. If I said to you today they all had to go except for one in PeopleSoft, what would you tell me?
Yeah. And ultimately that's that local decision. Our thing is, and again, going back to that fiscal health risk analysis, what's the reconciliation? Right? Is this report, is this system as accurate, or is there's a delay, the 1-day delay because of whatever, but the reconciliation. So then at least everybody's on the same page and things are matching appropriately.
Well, thank you very much. This was very informative.
All right. Thank you.
Are we ready? Let's go, man. Item C, Human Resources Response to the FCMAT report. Ms. Rosendale, or Dr. Rosendale.
Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, Dr. Reyes, Executive Cabinet, members of our community. I am Dr. Angela Rosendale, Senior Director of Human Resources. Before we begin our presentation this evening, we would like to take a moment to honor and remember our dear friend and colleague, Gilbert Araiza, who passed away unexpectedly on September 17th. Tonight, our HR family is wearing shirts with a yellow heart and his initials as a tribute to the kind and caring person he was. At this time, we invite everyone to join us in a moment of silence in remembrance of Gilbert. Thank you. Tonight, we are honored to present our Human Resources Department's response to the recent FCMAT findings. We recognize this is a pivotal moment, an opportunity to reflect, recalibrate, and recommit to excellence in service of our staff and the broader mission of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Our team is committed to using this feedback to strengthen our practices improve efficiencies, and enhance the support we provide to our employees. Ultimately, every improvement we make in human resources helps ensure that our students receive the best education possible. Thank you for the opportunity to present our work and our vision for continuous improvement. 6 to 12 months from now, we welcome FICMAT to return to assess the meaningful progress we've made and reaffirm our commitment to continuous improvement. Our approach is guided by a set of core principles. We are fully committed to using FICMAT's feedback and recommendations not just as a checklist, but as a roadmap for growth and improvement. Their insights have helped us see both where we are strong and where we must evolve. Second, we are using the findings to identify strengths that we can build upon and address areas of need with urgency and care. Third, we are implementing best practices to increase efficiency, ensure consistency, and elevate the level of service we provide to our employees, because when we support our staff well, they can better support our students. Fourth, we are embracing FICMAT's guidance to refine internal processes for greater clarity and accountability, enhance communication across departments with our stakeholders, strengthen compliance with policies, procedures, and regulations, and most importantly, to foster a culture of continuous improvement, one that is proactive, reflective, and always striving to do better. Our ultimate goal is clear: to build a human resources department that is recognized for excellence, driven by innovation, and unwavering in its support for our staff and the district's mission. We are grateful for this opportunity to grow, and we look forward to partnering with the board and our community as we move forward. So, good, thank you. Our work is anchored in these guiding principles, ensuring our process are clear and our actions are responsible, providing fair and uniform practices across the district, working closely with all stakeholders to achieve shared goals, keeping employee support at the center of everything we do, always seeking ways to refine and enhance our operations, and aligning with regulations and industry standards to maintain excellence. Tonight's presentation will focus on key areas where these principles come to life: streamlining processes to attract and retain top talent, building capacity and resilience within our team, using feedback to strengthen retention and engagement, ensuring accuracy, security, and compliance, aligning HR practices with district governance, and improving efficiency and clarity for all staff support. Each of these areas reflects our commitment to creating an HR department that is efficient, responsive, and recognized for excellence.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, President Ugarte, trustees, and cabinet. My name is Jorge Mora, and I'm the Executive Director of Human Resources. And one of our most vital responsibilities in HR is hiring and onboarding. Each year, CVESD processes and welcomes hundreds of new employees. While our current process is robust, FICMAT has identified opportunities to strengthen our onboarding system. Tonight, I'll walk you through our process designed to ensure every new team member experiences a smooth, compliant, and welcoming start. We begin with recruitment, where job postings are made available on EdJoin and cvesd.org. Applicants submit their credentials, resumes, and references for review. Next is the screening and interview phase, where HR ensures candidates meet qualifications, followed by structured interviews at the site or department level. Reference checks are conducted to validate experience and fit. Once a candidate is selected, a conditional offer is extended, pending clearance of all pre-employment requirements, which include live scan, fingerprinting, TB clearance, and credential verification where applicable. The onboarding process begins with a welcome email and instructions to complete the new hire packet. Training such as mandated reporter and sexual harassment prevention, and set up for payroll and technology access. Finally, the employees engages in an orientation, which includes reviewing safety protocols and familiarizing themselves with district policies and expectations. This orientation is now mandatory for all new employees, as recommended by FitMat, to ensure consistency, compliance, and accountability across all onboarding procedures. This process ensures that every new team member is well prepared, informed, and supported from day one. At this point, I'd like to give a little history lesson. When I was hired over a decade ago in this position, I was tasked with exploring ways to make the hiring process more efficient. As a former district technology coordinator, I had a strong background in tech that was helpful in finding a strong personnel tool. Unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, we were unable to bring such a system into the district. As was highlighted by the FitMat team, the district currently has 4 different personnel systems: the Paper, PAF, PeopleSoft, Business Plus, and FileMaker. We also use Frontline for substitutes, but we consider that its own entity. However, by January 2026, our plan is to migrate into 2 personnel systems, PeopleSoft and FileMaker. PeopleSoft is aligned with the county's personnel system and payroll system, and FileMaker houses our historical data. This streamlining will improve our efforts to minimize mistakes and make personnel management more efficient for CVSD.
Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, and Dr. Reyes. My name is Barbie Sampaco, Human Resources Supervisor. Our department is currently focused on strengthening training and support systems to foster consistent growth across the team. While many of our staff are relatively new and have gained valuable on-the-job experience, we are refining our approach to provide more structured guidance. A key priority is ensuring the team is well-versed in legal requirements and district policies to maintain compliance and uphold best practices. To support this, we are introducing a role-specific training program designed to build core HR competencies, reinforce district policies, and encourage professional development. The program will include hands-on learning, mentorship, and regular peer collaboration to promote continuous improvement and a strong team culture. In addition, we are expanding and formalizing cross-training efforts to increase adaptability and ensure staff can seamlessly support key HR functions, enhancing efficiency and understanding. We are revising desk manuals to include more detailed step-by-step instructions to better support staff in their roles. At this time, you will be receiving one of our revised manuals for review. These updated resources will serve as comprehensive guides for both new and experienced staff, ensuring clarity and consistency in performing critical HR tasks. The training program will cover essential HR functions such as performance data management, recruitment, employee support, and systems like PeopleSoft. We will also leverage external resources including SDCOE trainings and other professional development opportunities to enhance the team's expertise. Ultimately, these initiatives will equip our HR team with the knowledge, tools, and collaborative mindset necessary to ensure consistency, compliance, and operational excellence.
So once again, I want to start by expressing our appreciation for the opportunity to identify areas of improvement. In any organization, especially one this large, there will always be areas that need improvement, and FitMat's goal was to help identify some of those areas. One of their key recommendations was to develop a formal exit interview process. Fortunately, we do have one in place, but obviously it needs to be more clearly identified so that we may obtain the valuable information from those choosing to leave the district. We intend to be more explicit in our process of providing the best information for our retiring and resigning employees. To make the process simple and easy to understand, we've created a fun little storybook, which you can see a sample of here. This will be sent to all employees when we are notified of their pending departure. We will also include specific links to the retirement resignation and exit interview form. We have also updated the exit interview form to include questions that provide specific reasons for their departure. In addition, the FitMat process has allowed us to reflect on ways to retain employees, which has led us to consider implementing a stay interview. A stay interview is a proactive, employer-led conversation with employees to understand what motivates them to stay with the organization and what could potentially make them leave, with the goal of improving engagement and retention. We expect these adjustments to improve our process for retaining strong employees and to help strengthen CVESD overall.
Leave management is critical for accuracy, compliance, and employee trust. Currently, this function is shared between Human Resources and Payroll. However, FCMAT recommends that leave management be fully centralized within HR to ensure consistency and accountability. What does this involve? Tracking balances, providing required notices, coordinating overlapping entitlements, and maintaining confidentiality, all aligned with our bargaining agreements. Why is this important? It supports employees, ensures legal compliance, aligns with our labor group contracts, improves communication, and creates clear separation of duties. Moving this function to HR will strengthen service and compliance across the district. Board policies are the foundation for clarity and consistency in our district. Our goal is to provide the board with regular opportunities to review updates, gather feedback, and ensure policies align with our mission and vision. Each policy will be reviewed for compliance with current laws, consistency with district practices, and support of our values. Updates from the 4000s Personnel Series will be presented at every board meeting to keep our governance strong and transparent.
At CVESD, we believe in celebrating the incredible people who make our district thrive. Human Resources hosts a series of events throughout the year to honor milestones and show appreciation. From our leadership kickoff in July to receptions for permanent teachers, classified staff, and retirees. These aren't just events, these are experiences. Thanks to the imagination and creativity of our HR team, we transform these gatherings into memorable moments that truly reflect our gratitude. Whether it's welcoming new leaders, recognizing longevity, or celebrating retirements, each occasion reinforces our commitment to valuing employees and fostering a culture of gratitude and recognition. At CVESD, retention is rooted in relationships and purpose. Our employees choose to stay because they feel like family, working together to educate and inspire children every day. Current team members share what makes CVESD special, and we want to show a quick little video.
I enjoy working at CVESD because of its supportive community and its diverse student population. And the most important to me is the healthy work-life balance. The district encourages professional growth while also respecting the personal and family life, making it a fulfilling place to build both a career and a balanced lifestyle.
What I enjoy most about working at CVESD is the communication with the people. We are a forward-facing department where we get to interact with the community, with the teachers, with the staff, pretty much everyone. And it's a pleasure to do. We just don't teach as it pertains to safety and security, but we also learn. We get ideas from all types of people, even kids sometimes that had great ideas that we try to incorporate as it pertains to making CVESD better, making it safe, not just for the students, but the staff and also the community.
I enjoy the collaboration, the teamwork. I feel seen, I feel valued. And I don't feel alone because the job is difficult sometimes, but the people that you work with really make it possible and the impact we have on the kids.
What I enjoy about working at CVSD is that no matter what you're doing or what department you're in, you feel 100% support from everyone. It is exciting, the quality of work we offer and the support is incomparable to anywhere else.
So I love working at CVSD because students are the heart of every decision that we make. I get to work with various departments and we work together as a team to support innovation, growth, and learning across our district.
I enjoy working at CVSD because in the Human Resources Department, we play a very integral role in working with the public and working with our future staff. So my role is to make sure our future staff feel supported, appreciated, and ready to work. So when our staff shines, our students shine brighter.
Yes, so teamwork and support are at the heart of our culture, and every decision we make starts with students.
CVESD is the largest TK-6 school district in the state of California, and supporting our employees at this scale requires a strong, dedicated human resources team. Our department, led by HR specialists, manage everything from recruitment and onboarding to credentialing, leave management, and employee relations. Risk management and our security team also live within human resources, reinforcing our commitment to safety and the well-being for staff and students. We have carefully reviewed FCMAT's recommendations and reflected on how to improve support for our employees. This means identifying specific roles, delineating specific responsibilities, refining processes, enhancing communication, and ensuring compliance, all while keeping the students at the heart of every decision. Together, this team works collaboratively to uphold district values, foster professional growth, and deliver exceptional service to our staff. At this time, I would like to ask our HR family to step into the room so that you can be recognized. You need to step all the way into the room, all of you.
Board members on the side can't see. Coming in, it's okay.
All the way in.
All the way.
Oh,
You guys can't see
come
it.
on.
So thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our human resources responses to the FCMAT recommendations. This process has allowed us to reflect, grow, and strengthen our practices to better support our employees. Every improvement we make in HR is designed to empower staff and ultimately provide our students with the highest quality education. We look forward to continuing this journey of excellence and collaboration, and at this time, we are happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you. We have no public speakers on this. Board questions or comments?
Yes. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was very informative and clear. And as a former classified employee, I actually am excited for these changes, as I fell a little bit under the cracks when talking about the mandatory orientation. So I want to know the new hire orientation, now it's mandatory, but how long are you going to give the employees to complete it?
So this is something that we are going to be monitoring. Before it was kind of loosely monitored, if you will. And so we are monitoring and tracking the new employees that are being onboarded and ensuring that they will be engaging in our orientation. So we hope that within the first couple of months of employment, they will have the opportunity to attend the orientation.
Yeah, just again, because I became part of this board before I was able to have my new hire orientation. So we want to make sure we get these people. And I know that reasoning why it took so long, it was because when I started working, they were like, we need you to go straight to work. So as a noon duty, they were like, well, you know, it's different for you guys. So again, I love and I enjoy the fact that now it's going to be monitored and people are going to be able to have that orientation, hopefully before they have to start working, but if not, in the first 2 months.
Yes.
Also, for the stay interviews, I've heard of exit interviews, but I've never heard of stay interviews. And I really love this idea. Like, I think it's a great idea. So before they want to leave, they get to tell us. But how are you guys going to conduct this?
So it is something that we're trying to figure out the best way to do so. Again, we appreciate the opportunity that FitMat gave us to analyze some of our processes. And we came up with the idea of stay interviews when we saw some of the other large organizations. I know Indeed is a big job employment site. They use stay interviews. I did some additional research with some large organizations that use it, and they find it to be extremely successful for the very reason that we stated, that we can get them before they decide to leave. And so hopefully those opportunities that we will access will give us that chance to learn, not only for those that want to stay and know the reasons they want to stay, but hopefully capture those that are getting ready to go for whatever reason they may have. Right now, we think we're probably going to do random selections of job classifications and call them, personally interview them, and get as much of that information as we can from them.
Okay, if I can make any recommendation, I would suggest to look up who's leaving in a bigger scale, maybe like the classified, like noon duties. I see a lot of the people are leaving.
Yeah.
And we have that data already. So I would suggest that we look at those high turnaround positions and try to prevent, because we don't want to lose money onboarding new people, training new people, and doing all these other things. So that would be my suggestion. But otherwise, I really enjoy your presentation, and I enjoy seeing these new changes. I'm excited to see it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a few questions too. I was also going to comment on the stay interviews. I think that is a great idea. That's why I posed the question about how were the employees when they were being interviewed? Were they enthusiastic? Were they excited for changes? So I think that's a great idea. A quick question. This is great too. I like this a lot. So just a quick question on how you determined going from the 4 to the 2 programs and then the 1. What is the difference between Frontline and PeopleSoft or FileMaker, and why do substitutes have a different system? Why can't it be under 1 and just maybe 2 categories, basically, instead of 2 programs?
No other system that we have manages substitutes. Like PeopleSoft won't do that. It won't identify when there's an absence and then call absences. So that's why Frontline has to be our substitute system. Again, it's technically a personnel system, but it's really its own entity.
I see. Okay. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for bringing your hardworking staff out, because you guys are behind these closed doors, and we really do appreciate you. We know that there's a lot of phone calls. Being the largest elementary school district in the state, there's not that many of you for being that many, so I appreciate what you do. And same note, though, I hear good stuff when you guys speak to our staff. I've quite frankly never heard a negative on how you dealt with your customer, the employee. But I would also encourage, I know you're looking at surveys and exit interviews, an ongoing process on how can we do better, kind of thing, where, like if you're a customer at somewhere else, you may want us to provide a suggestion for another organization, like at Kohl's, the fact that they moved all the Amazon upstairs and now you've got to do the exchange on the bottom, things that might, how can we do better? How can we better serve you? I appreciate that you're recognizing the recommendations on how to make because it'll end up making your job easier also, which then translates then to a smoother service that's being provided. Thank you very much for being receptive to the recommendations, and also, encourage your own staff to provide additional recommendations to making the system better. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you for the presentation. On the presentation, you mentioned about leave management. What system is going to do that?
Which system?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have the EFMLA that we've put in place, but the biggest shift will be HR taking that role and really managing that, ensuring that we're following Ed Code, following labor laws, following our union contracts. So we do have EFMLA in place, and we're still learning that system and implementing that. And it has been a big support to us in tracking those leaves. We understand that there still needs to be a partnership with payroll to make sure that everything is reconciled. But so we look forward to continuing the conversation with payroll and making that shift.
Why are you not tracking it in PeopleSoft?
Mr. Brown?
Well, currently we use Frontline to track our absence inputs, so that's a system that we'll be utilizing moving forward for our absence management.
Yeah, but now you're introducing a new system when we're trying to reduce systems. And in the county, we were able to use PeopleSoft to track leaves and manage leaves. And people would go into the self-service system, and they would, from there, they can see what is their balance on leaves, vacation, sick time, what is the other one? Personal leave, or whatever types of leaves we have. From the self-service portal, we were able to see that. Furthermore, on the paycheck, on the pay stub, we would get our balances every month. This is our current balance. That something that's not happening here, because I see it on my stipend. I mean, I don't have any sick times or leave, but it's blank, right? If I did, well. But that's something that we should look into, because that's a system that already has a capability, and we should look at maximizing our current investments on our systems, because PeopleSoft is expensive. Let's maximize that. Now, FileMaker Pro, why do we need to keep it and not import it into PeopleSoft? That data can be imported into PeopleSoft. Why are we not importing it into PeopleSoft?
So we can't go back and add historical data into PeopleSoft from the past employees. So in order for us to be able to have that historical data that FileMaker houses.
Who told you that?
That's what we were told.
Okay, let's check again with the county.
Okay. And this is really another opportunity, especially if we're made aware that this can happen, because all along we've had to keep FileMaker. I'll go back to my time 10 years ago. When Dr. Thiel was the superintendent, assistant soup. He said, see what you can find out. When we explored the options that were out there were different reasons, financial and the way the systems would work. We knew PeopleSoft was coming, but at that time at least, we were told that PeopleSoft wasn't going to be able to house our historical data, so we needed to keep the FileMaker system. If that's changed, or if there have been is there an opportunity to add PeopleSoft to be able to house that, we're all for it. I mean, at the end of the day, if that makes our job easier to be able to access it, I mean, that's what we want to do.
Yeah, because that will help you with not only having just one system and one entry point. You don't have to train people on managing FileMaker Pro,
Absolutely.
which is a big task.
Trustee Tamayo, we will look into, I believe the issue was the dumping of the files. They didn't correspond, but we will look into seeing how that can be done, if that can be done.
Yes.
When I used to work at the county, we did that, and we transferred to PeopleSoft, and everything was transferred over. So there may be that capability now.
Yeah.
That maybe wasn't. That's a great idea.
We will look into it,
Tamayo.
absolutely.
One more thing I forgot to ask. Could we also possibly get like target dates for some of these implementations and some periodic updates on what's been accomplished? And maybe even some of their like, we couldn't do this because.
So absolutely. So
Yeah.
as the presenter from Figmat shared, some of the things can be changed right away. Some of the things will take longer. But I think it's important for the board to know how we're doing in the progress. So we'll keep you updated on the board updates as we move forward. As we reach certain benchmarks, we can say, we are here. And the other ones, we still need to go 2 more months or 5 more months.
Keeping the staff informed.
Correct.
Yes, it affects them.
Yeah. So just so you know, it's as you know, it's a process. There are many different moving parts, many different moving components, but we believe this has been a very insightful and beneficial process that has really made us reflect on how we can do better.
It's going to save money.
Now, for the hard copy file repository, what happens to that?
The physical
Are you
files.
asking what's going to happen with the paper
The
pack?
personnel files, are we going to digitize those? Are we going to shred them? What happens to those?
Yeah, I if there's an opportunity for us to digitize our paper files, I know we all completely support that. Again, that was something that we have looked into in the past, and it was quite costly. But if that is an opportunity that we can take advantage of, then we are ready to begin.
Okay.
Are those current or historical?
Historical,
right?
historical. So
You have to retain
yeah,
them?
so we have to retain them,
All of them.
and they should. With that was a fiscal impact.
Okay.
We
Well,
have
let's-
many.
Yeah.
But we continue to maintain it. We continue to add to it, right? So there has to be a date when we say, okay, from this point forward, moving forward, we stop doing hard copies and we do electronics.
So when you say they're historical, how far back are we talking about?
It's the beginning of time.
I think one of the things that we would want to do is consult with our legal team to find out what we're obligated to house
Oh,
or
okay.
how far back. So that's the kind of information we'll get if this is a move that we'll make.
So I know it goes back many years, because if there's any legal issues that come about, we have to be able to go back and look at that file,
Wow.
and we can go back 20, 30, 40 years.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you.
And then finally, on the stay survey, there's a company called Great Place to Work that does those type of surveys. I know they use it at the community college that I work at. The surveys are anonymous. It's sent out to everybody in the district. Everybody gets to answer those questions, and then it provides feedback, right, to management to see how each department, how each school is, the sentiment of the school, and where can we improve. That might be a great way to look at it. But definitely your call. But that's a great idea to start looking at that. Where can we improve and be more proactive? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was like you were anticipating my questions. I do want to make 2 comments. I agree with the commentary about the stay interviews. I think that's a really good idea. And my other comment has to do with the video. I hope that we're going to use that for something more than just the presentation, because I really enjoyed that. I want to thank all of you in HR, because I know that it involved interviewing you and having to answer those questions, and for your courage in saying, I don't know, because that's very important for us. I also want to thank you for your patience in advance, because there's going to be some changes, because as we saw from the report, there's some things that are in HR right now that don't belong under HR, and there are some things that we're asking obviously to move into HR that should be in there. And so I want to thank you for being willing to do that work, and we'll be patient with you as you tackle these challenges. But again, thank you very much for participating in that FCMAT interview and for this presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Business services support responses to the FCMAT report. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, President Ugarte and members of the board, Dr. Reyes, and members of the community. Tonight, we have our business services team here also, mainly our fiscal services department, which covers our budget, accounting, accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, and student attendance. And so I want to introduce a couple of people who will be helping tonight. We have Bernie Faustino. She's our Director of Fiscal Services. And then I wanted to introduce a couple others on our team. We have Alfonso Solano. He's our payroll supervisor. And Paula Ryans, our payroll manager. Paula Ryan, she's our payroll supervisor. And we also have Tina Loretta Buxton. She's our accounting supervisor. Okay. So there'll be some of the oversight on these implementation of these new practices. And then we have some of our staff here also, which we'll recognize. So just like HR, Business Services is committed to the feedback, and we thank FCMAT for the opportunity and the recommendations to identify our strengths and address our areas of growth. Similar to HR, we have a goal overall throughout this review process that we really want to continue to build a collaborative business services and support department that is recognized for transparency, efficiency, and support of our staff and the district's mission. So for tonight's presentation, we have some overarching guiding principles that our business services department strives for. We strive for transparency and accountability in everything that we do. Because we deal with so many numbers, we also strive for accuracy and reliability. We want to have modern and efficient practices that help the district accomplish its goals. We want to be collaborative and partner with our various departments and schools and staff. We're also always looking at continuous improvement and streamlining our processes. And we do have a lot of compliance that we have to report on and support. So we always look at our best practices in our neighboring districts to develop some of those. So the FCMAT review really focused on a deficit model. And by looking at that, I believe that one of our greatest strengths as a district is our staff. So just like we have highly qualified instructional staff, we also have a need for highly qualified classified staff. So right now, the Fiscal Services Department, we're in the process of rebuilding or reconstructing the department. We have had some leadership that had retired that was here for almost 20 years. And it's really giving us the opportunity to look at all of our practices and ways that we can either improve or change some of the practices to more modern practices. So we've hired some new staff. Over 80% of our staff have 2 years or less time with the district. So we're working with staff that's new to the district. So getting them familiar with the culture, policies, everything like that. We did just transition, so the 24-25 school year was the first year on the PeopleSoft financial system. So that's been a learning curve for the staff. Other districts have been on it for almost 7 years now. And so, it takes time to learn all those processes. We're looking at a different way of staffing the department. So we have hired 2 new staff with accounting backgrounds, but they also have an IT system background. So kind of thinking about the accounting positions a little bit differently, because we have all these systems in place now. We really want people who are knowledgeable in how all the systems interact. Our new accounting manager that will be starting next week, he is from the PeopleSoft support team at the County Office of Education. So he will be really helping us really provide the training and stability that we need for the department. We also are looking at our training for new staff, so making sure that they're trained on all of our HR and business systems. The unique thing about the Fiscal Services Department is that we need to know both sides of PeopleSoft. We need to know the HR side and the finance side, so it's a steep learning curve. We're also working on our standard operating procedure. Sorry, I had a binder over there, if you don't mind passing around, Angela. The one right under that, yeah. Sorry, I didn't make multiple copies for each board member, but yeah, you can pass it around. So we're working on our standard operating procedures, so that way the staff have a document that they can refer back to after their initial training, and another partner staff that they can work with. We're also looking at better ways to support our schools and departments that have new staff. So we're working on orientations for our principals, directors, secretaries, attendance health secretaries. Those are the main office staff that we partner with. And then we also have ongoing trainings. We have Friday office hours, and that's in collaboration with our purchasing department and our fiscal services department, that we have office hours. Sometimes people will put items on the agenda that we address, but otherwise it's open office hours to meet with our fiscal services director and purchasing director and team. And then I know myself that I wouldn't be where I am without a professional network behind me. So we have the California Association of School Business Officials, or CASBO, that I have for the past 10 years been heavily participating in. I've been the section president, and we're responsible for planning the professional development for our operational staff. And so I've been really encouraging the staff to go to these workshops. At the last board meeting, there was a list of about 16 people that will be attending the CASBO workshops. So I'm really encouraging the staff to go to those professional development opportunities and really build a network outside of Chula Vista that they can reach out to other districts and learn what their best practices are. And then finally, we also have School Services of California, which is one of our state partners. They provide a lot of workshops, and so we've been watching those together as a group, just so that we have the same baseline understanding of school business operations. So as we look at our systems, we're trying to transition more to digital systems and away from Business Plus. So the two main areas that we're looking at are our personal action forms, our position control, and our time cards and leave or our payroll. So the current issue with these systems are that they're on paper forms. As Mr. Werwick had mentioned, sometimes those paper forms have been misplaced. With a manual process, there's also the opportunity of human error. And then there's the issue of having to manually enter into PeopleSoft. So the solutions that we're looking at, we'll also look at two systems. So we'll be maximizing the use of PeopleSoft. Under there's a personal action form position control system that we'll be utilizing. And we're already working with the implementation team there. And then we'll also be utilizing Frontline, their time and attendance side. So currently we have our substitutes that are called out from Frontline, but there's a whole time and absence side where we can have digital timesheets. So we'll be piloting that in January with our transportation department first, because they're one of the departments that have a strict time reporting requirement with the Department of Transportation. And so we'll be using them as our pilot for digital timesheets. This moving towards these system provides us a digital process that's more efficient. We can look at workflows, so whereas paper documents may be misplaced or it might be sitting on someone's desk, we can see directly in the system who it's sitting with for approval. There's connection to PeopleSoft, so we can download from Frontline and easily upload the time reporter up to the payroll system. And overall, it's going to improve our transparency and accountability to our employees. So really, the role of the payroll staff is more so moving from maybe like manual calculations towards more of an audit function. And there is some long-term plans for PeopleSoft. So for Frontline, there's the possibility to get rid of Frontline. They're working on a system called time, labor, and substitution. So once that is fully implemented at the county level, then we'll start to look at that as a viable option. But that's not for another 3 to 5 years. So one of the items that was mentioned in the report was that it made it seem like business services was an island, but we always have collaborative meetings with our other colleagues, especially with human resources. We've set up monthly meetings with them and biweekly meetings and even weekly meetings. So monthly we talk about our conversion and some of our processes, what are some of the pain points, challenges, and then we talk about our implementation. Every 2 weeks we're meeting with IT. They're also one of our partner in all of these conversions. So we're meeting with them every 2 weeks. And then on a weekly basis, myself, Bernie, and Barbie meet about open positions. So we're really focusing on position control, our workflow processes, and we've also created a master vacancy list together with HR that we didn't have before. In terms of our other departments, we're working with them on staffing, looking at their contracts, making sure that all of our contracts and softwares are serving a purpose, and if there's any alternatives, we look at that. And then we're also working with them on multi-year planning. So for example, with transportation and their electrification of their vehicles, with instructional services and their curriculum adoptions, the technology refreshes, those are all multi-year plans that we're working with other departments on. And then for school principals and the schools, we've committed to quarterly budget meetings. In the past, it's kind of been the school site reaching out to the department, whereas now in fiscal services, we're doing more of the outreach to encourage them to meet with the departments. And we're also creating standardized financial reports. Again, one of the accountants, she has a IT systems background, so along with Bernie, we've been able to create a report that we presented to the principals, and they just talked about how it's going to improve the process of their budgeting process at the school site level. And then with instructional services, we're always collaborating with them because we have so many state and federal programs and reporting requirements. We're in constant collaboration with instructional services. And with that, I will hand it over to Bernie.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Good evening, President Ugarte, Dr. Reyes, trustees, cabinet, and community members. As you know, it's my first time, so I apologize. Thank you. Tonight, I will be going over the district's budget development timeline and statutory budget reporting requirements similar to the one presented to the board during the August board workshop or budget workshop. While formal budget preparation begins in January, the planning process starts in November. During this time, the Fiscal Services Department collaborates closely with Cabinet, Human Resources, and Program Department leaders to review key considerations such as projected enrollment and average daily attendance based on the most recent data. We also review preliminary revenues and expenditure trends and the staffing needs. In January, formal budget development begins. This aligns with the release of the governor's budget proposal, which provides the first official look at the state's funding levels, cost of living adjustments, and program priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. At this stage, the Fiscal Services team updates assumptions, refines revenue projection, and begins constructing the district's preliminary budget. Expenditure trends, including step and column costs, benefit rate changes, and program needs are also updated. By spring, fiscal staff work collaboratively with the departments to align allocations with district LCAP goals and actions and available resources. The proposed budget is presented to the board in May, and any material updates from the governor may revise in June for adoption prior to July as required by law. This ensures that the district has an approved spending plan in place at the start of the new fiscal year. Next slide. Once the budget is adopted, there are 3 statutory reporting periods during the fiscal year. For each interim reporting period, the Fiscal Services team monitors revenue and expenditure against projections and reviews budget with departments and updates the budget for any changes since adoption. Each report is subject to the County Office of Education's review, and once reviewed, the county determines and issues its certification of the district's report. The first interim report reflects financial activities from July through October 31st and is due to the county by December 15. The second interim report covers the period from July through January and is due to the county by March 15. The third statutory report is the unaudited actuals, which represents the final accounting of the prior year's financial activities, and the report is due to the county by September 15. The unaudited actual serves as a basis for the annual independent audit. Our district also prepares an estimated actual reports, which reflects the financial activity from July through April and provides the most current projection of year-end revenues and expenditures. Preparing the estimated actual reports ensures that the adopted budget for the following year is based on the most accurate data available. In summary, the district's budget process is a continuous cycle of planning, monitoring, and reporting, guided by both statutes and strong local accountability practices. Although a checklist of budget items were provided, FICMAT recommended that we take it a step further and have the actual assigned staff. As part of the district's ongoing commitment to strengthen fiscal processes and promote transparency, the Fiscal Services Department has enhanced its budget development documentation. A detailed budget calendar and comprehensive task checklists can be found on the appendices of the desk reference guide for the budget department and have been developed to clearly outline key milestones, responsibilities, and statutory deadlines. These update reflects our continued effort to ensure consistency, accountability, and alignment with best practice throughout the budget cycle. Back to Mr. Paul.
One of the last items that the FICMAT report focused on was updating our board policies. So the department's also in the process of reviewing these. Last month, we brought 3 to the board for approval and review: the travel, CalCard, and assets. We also have 3 more on this current agenda for review and potential approval. And all the 3,000s are the areas of business services. So we'll be bringing some updates every month, again, making sure that they align with current law and regulations and are consistent with our district processes and the district's mission and vision. And with that, I want to also bring up our staff that's here tonight that was able to join us from our business services fiscal services team.
Have to come in, take a walk.
And we will open it up for any questions.
Thank you. We have no speakers for this item. Board questions or comments?
I have a few comments. The PeopleSoft versus Frontline streamlining, if we will. That's why I posed the question with what Trustee Tamayo was saying. So I'm looking forward to seeing how maybe we can put it all together. I know you said it takes a few years, but a few years go by quick. So, and again, thank you for your presentation. You guys always do an amazing job. with all of your presentations and everything that you do. Just a quick question, the detailed budget calendar, is that like a small report? I was wondering if I can get a copy of that.
Yeah,
if
we
it's
can
not
put a
too
copy.
big,
It was in the binder at
just
the
to
end.
see
but
for reference when our deadlines are.
we can
Okay.
put a copy in the weekly update.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much for the report. Thank you for being thorough. I love these presentations because they help me see and understand more. I had a question for the quarterly budget meetings with schools. Do you find that once a quarter it's good enough, or are the schools asking for like more?
Yeah, those are just what we are starting out with, and the schools can always set up more as needed. So they always reach out whenever they're not either understanding something or they think something is off. They meet with one of the accountants or Bernie.
Oh, okay, great. I was wondering, I'm like, what if they have questions? I always like express my questions. I think of other people like that. And then on the budget monitoring, at the end, it's like building budget, staffing reconciliation. What is that?
So right now we're already starting budget development. And so we're working off of assumptions that we have right now. So we're making assumptions about enrollment, staffing, those kind of things. So, we're 8 months, 9 months from the start of the new school year.
Wow.
So, we're constantly updating, but even still, once the school year starts, there's changes, retirements, resignations. So staff are moving to different sites, and so we have to make sure that the budgets are following them and things like that. So there's a whole reconciliation process of positions that happens after, like for first interim, that's when we're really reconciling all those changes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And let me see if I have anything else. No, also I would love that appendix to be available for us. And thank you so much. I know it's a lot of work. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pong and Ms. Barbie and all your staff. It just takes a very special person to be staring at numbers all day long. And what frustration you must feel to speak to someone who doesn't understand numbers at all. Thank you for what you do. It just does take a very special person, for your presentation as well. A couple questions. You mentioned school site council and how you were working with some of the principals and you gave them what did you give them to work better with too?
So, Bernie, I can let you explain it.
So one of the things that the feedback that we've been getting, so I've been working with Ms. Lanny and other department heads in terms of what is the pain points for principals in terms of budget development. And one of them was projecting out salaries for next year, for example. And sometimes the numbers don't match what they have and what we show sometimes don't reconcile. So I brought it back to what we did before, but fine-tuned it, where they will see their budget in a summary form, and then they will see it in a more detailed budget format, but where things calculate automatically, where they can enter their staff, and then their hourly rate goes there, their daily rate goes there, their projected salary for next year goes there, and it will automatically populate their budget. So they can see after all the salaries are paid, do I still have money for supplies? So it's just an easy tool for them, so they don't have to calculate benefits or statutory benefits. Everything is built in on the worksheet with the help of the staff.
Yes.
We put together that worksheet and we presented it to the principals last week. And we just to get feedback to see if there's anything that they want. And we got feedback, so we're going to make sure we make it happen for them.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you. And do you include, like, for instance, the Title I monies that each school has in there so they can do their calculations?
Yes, ma'am. So we will include all the funding that school sites get. So site control, LCAP, Title I, for schools that have community school funding will be there. ELOP will also be there. So anything where they need to have eyes on and they have staffing in.
So is this something you're plugging in for each specific school may have different numbers?
Absolutely. So we've set it up so that after we prepare the allocation for each school,
it will automatically populate that
Populate
worksheet.
to them. Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. And thank you for doing that for them. I'm sure they'll be very happy afterwards too when they see that it cuts down on some of the work they have to do. And encourage, I imagine you guys encourage them to provide you more feedback to see if there's
absolutely.
anything.
Because if it's not useful for them, then it's
That's
not
the point.
going to help. Exactly.
Thank you.
Hello. All right, so for you, I want to go easy on you. Position control. You said that we're going to use PeopleSoft for that and also for the path. When do you foresee that being implemented?
Our goal is by January, we'll be able to have HR preliminarily, because they have to become the experts on that also.
Mhm.
And then after that, we plan on pushing that out to the school sites to be able to enter directly into the system next year.
And then my final question, do you foresee having to renew Business Plus one more year?
Right now, no, that's our goal, to not have to renew Business Plus. So all of these processes, we're working with Frontline to get everyone fully on there for the timesheets. We'll be working on an MOU with the classified staff for some of the reporting on there. So right now, we don't envision having to continue Business Plus.
All right, thank you so much.
Hi, Mr. Paul. Remember when you were hired and I told you you would have a large learning curve? Did I lie? And you've risen to the challenge, so I really appreciate it. I know that's because of your staff and all the work that you do. And I do want to thank you all for participating in the FECMAT and doing those interviews and being honest so that we can get this feedback. My only, and I'm piggybacking on my colleague here with regard to the PeopleSoft, I'm very familiar with that pathway. And what I'm going to say to HR and I'm glad to see that you're collaborating, because as you said, it goes through per position control, it goes through various departments and you can see where it's stuck. So it's going to take a lot of making sure you're checking and double checking, because even though we know that that paper system has problems, electronic position control can also have problems, and it can hold up the hiring process because it does go through all of those departments. So I encourage and support that you continue having those collaborative meetings, especially with regard to that paper, the electronic trail when we hire staff, because it can end up getting stuck somewhere and someone doesn't see it. So paper, yeah, we're moving from paper, but it can also be a problem when it's electronic. And I'm sure, and as you mentioned, you saw it and you see that it goes through a number of steps. But other than that, thank you all for your flexibility and for all of the changes that you're willing to make. I think that once we get this down, right, then it's gonna be a lot better. And wow, less than 2 years and you guys are still. Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
Before we get to 14A, we do have some biological needs, so we're going to take about an 11-minute break and we'll come back at 8:50. So yeah. Second reading of board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. The first reading for the proposed revision to the Learning Choice Academy Chula Vista Charter Petition Renewal for the period of July 2026 through June 2031. Mr. Mora.
Good evening once again. So I have the pleasure of introducing TLC, the Learning Choice Academy, that will be presenting their petition for renewal.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, President Ugarte, Vice President Tamayo, esteemed board members Dominguez Cervantes, Ramirez Dominguez, and Stolzen, and Superintendent. Thank you. My name is Anna Knudsen. I'm the school site administrator for the Learning Choice Academy in Chula Vista, and we want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you about our charter school. To our incredible staff, parents, and students who are here tonight, thank you for your unwavering support. Your presence speaks volume. For those of you who have joined the board since our original petition in 2018, I'd like to take a moment to give you a glimpse into who we are and what truly makes TLC great.
The Learning Choice Academy is a personalized learning charter school that services students TK to 12th grade. Personalized learning allows us to meet our students' needs individually and help customize their education.
Students come to on-site classes or they work at home. They have an educational partner that assists their parent directly, helping them with their homeschool part of it. But they also have numerous resources at their fingertips that the educational partner will provide. We do whatever the student needs to succeed, whether it's supporting students that are struggling or giving students who are advanced more resources to keep advancing.
The program is really cool how I can work from home for a few days, then come here and work on campus and see my friends for the other few days.
Now I'm really shy and quiet, and it's really helped me learn how to talk to people, how to interact with people, and I feel like that's just a really good skill that I needed to learn.
I just recently was accepted into SCSU, so I'm going to be going there. My major right now is English and literature. I want to be a teacher, so that's the plan so far.
What's different from TLC compared to my old school is how much one-on-one you get with the teachers, especially since the classroom sizes are so much smaller.
When I came here, I didn't know English, so they helped me a lot to improve my skills in writing and also reading, and I'm still working on speaking it, but I think I'm getting better at it.
A mi hijo le fascinó mucho, él ha progresado demasiado y ya salió del programa en el que estaba él aquí inscrito.
My favorite teacher is Mr. Keen because he is very sweet, he's very caring, and he helps you when you have a lot of trouble with a project.
It's a very dynamic group of parents that help shape what's going on in the school, the activities, the direction that the school is going.
There's a great support system. They are going to be by your side the whole way, and they're going to help your student grow, and that's what we're really here for.
And we do multiplication. I love multiplication. It's repeated adding.
With this type of program, it works well because I can be involved, and my children, I feel, can be like independent.
This program is a partnership between parents and family, between the staff and the teachers of TLC.
This works for us because one likes to excel in doing homework, and the other doesn't like doing homework, but is just finding that passion.
The best part of being a teacher at TLC is that you can see the difference that you make, and you make it one student at a time.
We here at TLC can tailor education to fit the child's needs most appropriately.
They are thankful for the program because they have become the people they are right now because of the program.
So for board members new since our original petition in 2018, and for everyone seeking a deeper understanding, I want to take a few minutes to share our story and demonstrate what makes TLC truly exceptional. I have the clicker. That's good. So we're going to go over who we are, who we serve, the renewal criteria, the California dashboard and the NWA data, accomplishments, and community benefit. So we were founded in 2004, and we serve grades TK through 12. And due to changes in the law, TLC sought out to create our second charter and was approved for a charter under CVSD in 2018. What sets us apart is our commitment to personalized learning through a hybrid homeschool model. We offer a genuine choice to families, allowing them to select the path that best fits their goals, either 100% homeschool or a hybrid program. The hybrid program is 3 days of on-site instruction, and our goal is to create a supportive, rigorous academic environment tailored to each student. We have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays on site, and also an opportunity for students to come on Friday for additional support. So who we serve. We are proud to serve over, right now it's at 470 students, I believe, in the Chula Vista community. Our demographics reflect a deep commitment to serving diverse needs. 75% of our students are Hispanic, 52% are socioeconomically disadvantaged, 23% are students with disabilities, and 13% of our students do not live in permanent housing. Oh, sorry. Okay, our 5-year enrollment trend. This one highlights our 5-year enrollment trends for 2 critical student subgroups of our Chula Vista location: students with disabilities and our socioeconomically disadvantaged population. Understanding these trends help us track our reach and commitment to serving diverse student needs. So as you can see, those populations keep growing. Our renewal criteria. Our academic results confirm that our model is working. TLC qualifies for a 5-year renewal based on state criteria, demonstrating that we meet expectations under the California dashboard and show continued progress with our students. We've shown no widespread performance concerns, that our subgroups are making progress, and that we meet state academic standards for renewal. Our ELA program is solid. We still obviously have room for improvement, but it's historically been, our averages have been above state average, so we keep working on that. And then our math continues to be an area of focus. That is really, math is always, from the beginning, we've been working on it, and we'll talk a little bit more about the steps we're taking. We do see progress, but we obviously still have a lot of work to do. Now the following 3 slides are going to explain what conditional growth index is. Conditional growth index of 0 represents students growing by typical or expected amounts. Anything between -0.2 to 0.2 represents typical annual growth. So when they reach that, that means the kids do a whole year progress, make a whole year progress in our school. So beyond state metrics, our internal data from NWA's Conditional Growth Index shows consistent student growth. As in the 2024-25 school year, 11 out of 12 grade levels met or exceeded 1 year's growth in both reading and math. Obviously we want 12 out of 12, but 11 out of 12. This is a consistent improvement showing that the majority of our students are growing more than the typical amounts. This is for math. Same thing. You can look at the trends between 23-24 and 24-25. Contiguous enrollment. This slide shows that students who stay with us for 3, 4, and 5 years make more gains. There's a slight dip in year 4, but we more than rebound for students enrolled for 5 years. And this is very significant because we do have a lot of students coming and going, a lot of turnover of students for many reasons because of the nature of our program. So we try to track the students that stay with us, and we definitely see that upward trend year by year. We have a lot to be proud of. Our success isn't just in test scores, it's in the satisfaction of our community. We maintain an impressive 99% attendance rate. 90% of parents reported that their child's progress has improved since enrolling at TLC. 95% of our students believe there is someone at school who believes they will be a success. As one TLC parent put it, it has been the best thing we could have done for our family. Sorry, go back. Okay, so we do have some key chapter updates. We are incorporating a multi-tiered system of support, career and technical education CTE courses, and a dual enrollment partnership with Southwestern College. And we offer, in fact, Southwestern College courses on campus every semester. We have expanded the number of days students can be on campus from 2 to 3 or even 4 days. That's also very significant. So we have students receiving academic support more often than before. We're also expanding parent engagement with multilingual platforms and workshops, strengthening outreach to newer families and improving data systems to better track subgroup performances. We are committed to preparing every student for the future through college and career counseling, AP courses, dual enrollment, and CTE offerings. So for the first time, the past 3 years, we've been offering AP courses. Slowly but surely, we're building our catalog. We are offering AP Spanish this year, AP Biology, AP Statistics, and the AP Spanish for the past 3 years, we have had 100% passing rate. Pretty proud of that. Oops, sorry. The community so TLC Academy stands before you today as an established and successful, long-standing community partner. We offer a high-demand alternative to the traditional classroom. We meet a clear local need for personalized learning, and our focus on strong parent, student, teacher partnerships ensures holistic support for every child, academically, socially, and emotionally. She's the expert.
Okay, as part of the charter petition renewal, we have prepared a 5-year financial projection that demonstrates TLC's ability to maintain fiscal stability throughout the entire charter term. Some of the key assumptions to highlight include enrollment growth, going from 490 students to 525 students by year 5, and that's reflecting a conservative projections aligned with current demand and capacity of TLC. Average daily attendance is modeled at that 99% attendance rate based on historicals, and for revenue, we're using FICMAC's current calculator, and expenditure growth and in staffing and instruction is proportionate to growth in enrollment, and we have built-in cost of living adjustments in our expense projections, just to highlight some of the financials there. But overall, TLC projects to have positive annual net income each year of the full charter petition term, with ending fund balance reserves above 44 to 56% of total annual expenses. There's going to be no periods of negative cash flow, and the school typically maintains 2 to 4 months of operating cash on hand, and that always ensures liquidity, and that's expected through the full charter term. So overall, this 5-year projection supports the school's long-term capacity to operate sustainably and really just keep providing high-quality educational program for all of Learning Choice Academy Chula Vista students.
I also said our enrollment remains strong, and in fact, we have been increasing enrollment every year, and we are actually up 8% enrollment this year. So we haven't lost any, and we keep building up our enrollment. Any questions?
We have 6 speakers. I'm going to assume they're all in favor of the charter. It might be misconstrued. Is there any adjustment to time that we would like to make?
Can you tell if they're all our TLC?
They all say support. That's why I was pretty good with my guess. And I don't know, I mean, the standard 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Maybe we can ask them, do you think you can do your presentation in 2 minutes, the speakers? What do you think?
2 minutes.
Or do you need the 3? Can you do 2?
2 minutes.
2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do 2 minutes.
Yeah, if they can do 2, I would say.
Okay. First is Raquel Maiden, then Andy Cardona.
God, now I need to cut it down. Just kidding.
Sorry,
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Raquel Maiden, and I serve as the Vice President of Southern California Advocacy for the California Charter Schools Association, CCSA. And some of you may recognize me. I previously worked for CSBA, the California School Boards Association, and I also served as a school trustee right here in South Bay. So I know firsthand what it means to sit on that side of the dais and really weigh in on complex information, to listen to your community and to make decisions that impact families for years to come. Tonight I'm here in support of TLC's renewal, not only as an advocate for CCSA, but as a former board member and a parent who understands how deeply local control matters, especially for a child like my own, also who thrives also in a flexible, personalized learning environment such as the one TLC provides. You know your students, your families, and your community best, and this renewal process is a reflection of that principle in action. I want to commend your staff for their thorough review of the petition, for recommending its approval, and for supporting you in exercising your right to local governance, a right that allows districts to make decisions that best serve students in their care. TLC is classified by the California Department of Education as a middle track charter school, and based on its performance on the California School Dashboard under Education Code 47607C, this designation qualifies the school for a renewal term of up to 5 years. TLC has met every legal requirement for renewal, and throughout this process, the school has shown a deep commitment to collaboration, transparency, and partnership, engaging staff, families, and community members, and also leveraging all the supports that my organization, CCSA, provides. CCSA fully supports the staff's recommendation for renewal and urges this board to approve TLC for another 5 years of impact, innovation, and student success. Thank you for your leadership, your dedication, and for continuing to uphold the values of local control and educational excellence that make this community thrive.
Thank you. You did it. After Andy, it'll be Priscilla.
Good evening, board. My name is Andy Cardona, and I'm an 8th grade math teacher at the Learning Choice Chula Vista. I just want to say that the community that we have here at the Learning Choice, it's one of, you don't come in, you don't just see coworkers, you come in, you see a community, you see a family. And I think for me specifically, that really resonated for me in the education system. I grew up in the foster care system, and to the point where I aged out of the foster care system. And I always had a bad taste of schools, but coming to this campus, seeing the love in the students and the uplifting of the teachers, like they won me over within a week. So me coming from such a bad background, seeing the love that genuine teachers, faculty, students, and staff can bring to a community, that only builds me up. Because you see the dedication the kids have with like weekly clubs that they do. The kids are so passionate about the clubs that we let them just run with it. We help them get community stakeholders. We help them get community partners. We do monthly beach cleanups, and community partners see us at the beach cleaning up, and they offer us help, and they link up with us now. So now we do not weekly, but monthly beach cleanups, and we have 2 organizations we work with. So just you see that on a daily basis, and that is zero input from me as a teacher. That is purely my students going out into the community, seeing the passion that we have as a school system and saying, how do we bring them in so we can uplift us as a whole community of Chula Vista? And I think that's what really sells us as a school and as like a whole just community that just shows up daily for these kids is that every single person doesn't come to campus to clock in for a job. Every person comes to campus because they're passionate about uplifting these kids. And if that wasn't there, I wouldn't be there. And I gotta say, we got a wonderful principal. So, yeah, I made it.
Thank you. Priscilla Gonzalez, and then it'll be Deanna Carey.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Priscilla Gonzalez, and I'm a proud graduate of TLC. Since graduating, I went on to earn my bachelor's and my master's degrees, and now I work as a speech-language pathologist. When I look back, I can honestly say that TLC played a major role in shaping the person and professional that I've become. The hybrid model, attending classes, then it was twice a week, and completing the rest independently fit my learning style perfectly. I've always been someone who learns best when I can take the time to really process material on my own, explore concepts deeply, and work through problems independently. The flexibility of that model also gave me opportunities that traditional schooling didn't always allow. I was able to hold a part-time job, stay involved in my church community, and even took college-level courses at our local university. Experiences that taught me responsibility, time management, and self-motivation. Later, when I transitioned to college, I realized how well TLC had prepared me. University courses often meet just a couple of times a week and require a lot of independent studying, so that structure already felt very natural to me. More importantly, I had already learned how to stay organized, self-disciplined, and proactive about my own learning. And beyond the academic structure, the teachers at TLC provided an incredible level of support. Even though we only saw them twice a week, they made every minute count, offering individualized attention and guidance that honestly felt very personal and impactful. More personal and impactful than what I had experienced in larger, more traditional schools. That's it.
Thank you. Deanna Carey, and then I believe it's Daniela Duran after that.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Deanna Carey. I am the Assistant School Site Administrator at the Learning Choice Academy. I've been committed to this school for over 20 years, first as a parent, then a teacher, and now as an administrator. I chose TLC because of its focus on personalized learning. That was exactly what my own children needed. For over 2 decades, I've seen this tailored approach as the foundation for building positive relationships. When we know our students as individuals, we foster the trust and accountability that drives true growth. Now, as an administrator, I see this focus on relationship. It creates our distinctive TLC community. This strong, cohesive network between students, staff, and family is what consistently drives our academic and social emotional growth. Renewing our charter is vital. We ask for your continued support to ensure that the Learning Choice Academy can continue to provide this unique, successful environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniela Duran, and then Dr. Jennifer Ryder-Cook.
Good evening, members of the Chula Vista School District. My name is Daniela Duran. I am here because I'm supporting the school that my son, Luca Duran, now attends. Luca started in the Learning Choice Academy in the last week of December in 6th grade. When he was in 6th grade, now Luca's a happy 9th grader, full of dreams and passion about law and being an advocate for children who don't have a voice. He wants to pursue a career in law when he's in college. Luca was a child going through some learning challenges, and nothing was done prior to the Learning Choice Academy and its amazing staff. I made the best decision I could have taken and regret not for doing it so earlier. Immediately after enrollment, they listened to my concerns and they observed him for a while, but not long. Then Luca was put into an IEP and in a study plan, since the signs were more than obvious that he had some learning challenges. I cannot be more than grateful with the Learning Choice Academy. When Luca started there, they received him with open arms. One thing that one of his teachers said to him the first day of school when Luca was scared and did not trust anyone was, "Luca, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you succeed, and if you fail, it's because I failed first as a teacher. because I'm supposed to be here for you and work together with you to help you get to where you need to be. This is how Lucas started his journey at TLC. I will be forever grateful with Ms. Medina, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Andy, Ms. Gabby, Ms. Kim, and of course our principal, Ms. Knudsen, who addresses situations immediately and has a very solid staff who show their love for children and teach them by inspiring them to learn and be better human beings in reality. In reality, this is how a school should be, and who teachers need to be in all of our district schools. Again, thank you staff of the Learning Choice Academy for working with Luca and giving him back the love for school and encouraging him academically and uplifting him for anything that he was dragging from other schools. Luca is now a happy teenager with no signs of anxiety and has shown amazing improvement in this school. We have been more than happy in the leadership with Eduardo Reyes, Francisco Tamayo, and this board. We know that you guys will put our children first, and we ask you respectfully to support this item. Thank you.
Dr. Jennifer Ryder-Cook.
Hi, good evening. I am so sorry. This is the result of 2 conferences and 3 presentations in the past week. I will not say how long ago, but I started my career at Mueller Charter School as a special day class teacher, and both of my children went through Camarena Elementary. So I previously was at the California Charter Schools Association for 11 years, helping schools start new charters and help with renewal. So I actually helped the executive director, Debbie Gooding, start the 2018 TLC charter here. So currently my role is, along with supporting renewals and new schools, I also support special education programming in charter schools across the state, help them develop their programs, and also do professional development for those schools as well. So just in terms of knowing TLC, they are fully inclusive. They embody a growth mindset. They are constantly improving their programming, taking advantage of their autonomy and flexibility in order to meet the needs of their students. And they provide the choice that's necessary in the community, along with supporting the district schools in order to complement what you all are doing and support the diverse learning needs, as you know, may need a wide variety of choices or a continuum of services to be successful. So I just appreciate the staff's recommendation for approval. I support approval of this school, and I'm happy to be a resource both to TLC and to the district in terms of continuing the growth of their programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions or comments?
I had a few questions. Can students enroll at any time in the school year?
Yes, and that creates unique challenges, especially with high school. Sometimes they come in with grades from another school. That's an easy transfer. Sometimes they have not been in school for 2 or 3 months since school started. And we still take them in and we still catch them up, and it's not easy. But yes, they can enroll at any time.
Okay. I have a few questions, so thank you for your patience. Can they switch programs? Because I see you have 2 different levels, full homeschool and then the partial days. Can they, if they see it's not a fit, can they go? Okay.
Absolutely. So there are some limitations. For example, in high school, we do have some deadlines as to when they can drop a class and when they can switch programs. Other than that, especially in elementary, middle school, it's pretty easy. Normally they switch from homeschool to hybrid, I'm going to be honest, because sometimes the parent realizes their children need more academic support, and we are really good at convincing them to bring them over, especially once they know us. But sometimes, if the hybrid program is not working for them, they also have the choice to do homeschool.
Okay. How many credits average are the high school students getting from college?
That's a good question. Actually, maybe Jeff can answer that question, but it's I don't know the averages, to be honest, the percentages. I do know that I'm gonna say maybe 20% of our students, high school students, take at least one college course. I know there's a data somewhere that I don't have in hand. Here, you can tell me.
That's the data.
Just on site alone, we average about 15 kids each semester taking one class on site. And then we have multiple students that are also taking dual enrollment, which they go take over at the actual community college, most likely Southwestern. And those numbers range anywhere between, we've had as high as 35%.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. I knew he had the data.
Yeah.
That's why I need my team.
Yes. For the students that are fully homeschooled, do they have an assigned teacher if they have questions?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. There's a really good question. Every student has an educational partner, whether they are hybrid or homeschool. And with homeschool students, they're supposed to meet their EP every 6 weeks. However, if we have concerns about the student, if the student is not at grade level, if the student is still struggling with reading, we may ask the parent to meet with the EP more often. We may model, especially when they're little and they may not know exactly how to teach a child to read. The EP can model how to teach them how to read. They bring them in. We also do all the assessments on site, so they have to bring them in anyway for assessments because we need the data on all the students. But yes, every single kid is assigned as a teacher. For middle school and high school students, it would be probably a grade level teacher that would be their EP as well.
Okay. And for enrichment opportunities, do they have options?
You're talking about electives for high school?
Like sports, electives.
We are not as many as a traditional school. I'm going to be honest, because as I tell the parents, we can do a lot because we're small, and we cannot do a lot because we're small. So we don't have sports, for example, but we do have, like this year, we contracted with an organization called Kicks to Learn, and so they come in, they help the kids. They have PE with the kids, they play games with the kids. We have art teachers coming in, so we do partner, and we do offer those enrichment opportunities to students as well.
Okay. You already answered that. Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Of course.
Thank you for your presentation. Can any child qualify for that school?
Yes. In fact, legally, we cannot say no to any child. And sometimes we get children that, especially at high school level with no credits, that I'm honest with the parents and say, listen, if you want us to keep your child 2 years more in high school, you're welcome to. We never say no. And sometimes they choose to stay with us, and sometimes they don't. But yes, we open the doors to everyone. We don't distinguish or discriminate against anyone.
Okay. For the homeschooling children, is there some distance, or are they all in the local area?
They all have to live in San Diego. So they have to be local, not necessarily in Chula Vista, so they can come from other areas of San Diego.
And everybody's hybrid? You can't go in 5 days a week, or is there some children that do?
We have the opportunity for them to come in on Fridays, and we're supposedly offer Fridays from 9 to 12 where they can come in and get assistance from many of their teachers or all of them. But to be honest, some of them stay all day, and we're okay with that. Some of them, I have students working in my office all Monday. Because all they need is a space to work independently because they're not getting their work done on Mondays and Fridays. Our doors are always open.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, in full disclosure, my sister's granddaughter goes to school there, and her son graduated from their high school last. Yes. So those are my grandniece and nephew. So just wanted to disclose that.
Yes, thank you.
Academic scores. In comparison to a similar sized school, as far as students go, how do you fare here in the Chula Vista district? Have you had the opportunity to compare?
Absolutely. I'm looking at data numbers all the time. So it's a very interesting, so it depends on what you compare it with. If we compare it, for example, with the average district school, our scores are lower for sure. And we keep working to get them to where they're supposed to be. When we compare them to similar schools as ours, they're usually stronger because our schools have very specific challenges. And I'm not saying, we tackle those challenges, we continue to do it, but when we compare it to similar schools, the same size and the same program, we are definitely stronger. I've been looking at those scores very closely. What's the school? Shoot, I forgot the name of the school, but we just have one that is right next door, and it's the same type of program. Spring Starter School, which I probably shouldn't be saying that, but but I do look at scores. That's very important to me, that our kids excel academically.
That's another charter?
Yeah. Yes.
And what I was actually trying to ask you to compare without mentioning schools is like our district schools.
Yes,
our public schools.
compared to your district schools, we are performing lower than your district schools. We know that, and we're not proud of it.
As a district versus a specific school, is that what you're saying?
I didn't, as a district in general.
District.
As charter schools from the district, that are from your district, that are 5-day programs, our roles are higher than theirs. I did look at that as well. So charter schools, 5-day programs in the Chula Vista district, our scores are higher, not a lot, but they are higher. This regular district schools that are not charter, overall, we're lower.
Mm-hmm. Right. I saw the data that you sent.
And also we are TK through 12, so it does skew the data a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, teacher staff retention. What does that look like?
You guys have really good questions. So this is our friend Andy here that just spoke. He was actually our tutor. He was in college, and we coerced him to just get his college degree so he could become an intern, because we knew he's a great teacher, by the way. We actually lost, this year we didn't lose hardly any teachers. The year before we lost some, but most of them because they moved away. Once they're in our school, we've had teachers for the 20 years that their school has been. For 10 years, most of the teachers here have been with us the long term.
How many teachers do you have?
20, how many? 24? About 24 teachers, maybe, something like that.
Do you have staff other than certificated staff?
Yes, we have instructional assistants. We have a lot because we are an inclusion.
What is a lot?
Diana, how many IAs do we have? How many? About 20? So IAs and teachers total is 40. So we have about at least 15 instructional assistants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question. Enrollment increase. I think you've already mentioned that you had an increase in enrollment. What is your teacher staff ratio?
So we kept the classes at 25-1 is our average. 25-1. Some classes are smaller, but that's our top. For the elementary, I'm going to say it averages probably 22-1 because some classes are higher than others.
Okay. And do your classes have an assistant in each of the classes?
Not every single class, but definitely the ones that have kids with special needs, where we have our clusters of special education students, or we also have students that need a one-on-one. So I would say a significant number of classes has one.
And you mentioned personalized learning. Can you give me one example of a personalized learning, what you did differently?
So okay, so there's a dilemma here because we do need to teach the state standard. So again, this is one of the challenges, right? But we understand that the students don't learn all at the same rate or the same the same way. So what we do, when I say personalized, to me is we teach what we have to teach. However, if a student needs extra support, because we are smaller, because we have less kids per teacher than in a regular school, we're able to bring them in. We're able to work with them one-on-one. We're able to work with them in small groups. We have intervention groups. We look at the data. We say, okay, which kids need help? And we're not about, like, if a student is really struggling, we're not about saying, hey, let's look at your grades, especially let's say in high school, and say, listen, I know you had a rough time. Let's give you, let's just eliminate 1 or 2 assignments so you can focus on the rest. So that, to me, that's personalized. Looking at each student's needs, still holding them accountable, still having those high expectations, but at the same time, just scaffolding and supporting them all the way.
And tutoring. You said you offered tutoring?
We it's tier 3 intervention. So on Fridays, all teachers are expected to be with students from 9 o'clock in the morning to noon. So students can drop in. It's open to all the students, but it's strongly recommended for students who are at grade level or struggling. We do talk to the parents and say, listen, we need your kid to come in, and which is also part of that community and that partnership.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
From your current enrollment, how many of those students are elementary school?
My goodness, I wish I would have it. It's, let's say 5, just multiply about 20 times 5, about 125 students. About 125.
25.
Mm-hmm. And then we have the middle school and the high school. Our high school is pretty big too.
In math, which is where you show a little bit of, well, it needs improvement. What is your strategy to improve that?
Yeah, excellent question. So again, we have students that are below grade level, and what I see that's happening right now is that we're bridging the gap, meaning that we have less and less kids that are significantly below grade level. They're approaching grade level. Still not good enough. We want them to be at grade level. So we've done a number of things. In middle school and high school, we have 2-hour blocks of math instead of 1, because we only see the kids 3 days a week. In elementary, obviously, they also spend 2 hours in math but they have more flexibility upon their schedule. We have after-school intervention, so for students who are struggling, they can stay an hour after school. And we also have that Friday intervention and Friday tutoring to assist students. And what we do is we test the kids in the fall, and we look at the data, and immediately, especially if we have a new kid and we see already that, okay, this kid is struggling, he needs help. We immediately tell the parents, hey, you know what, why don't you bring them on Fridays? Why don't we help them? So we don't wait necessarily until, the middle of the year. We immediately target them, and we immediately talk to the parents about bringing them in.
Okay. Do all your students participate on the state testing?
All of them. Yeah, we know that our charter depends on it. Yeah.
Is there a reason why the dashboard only shows that 196 students took the test?
For
math.
For K through 12? I mean, well, it's only because, remember, not all the grades test. It's only 3rd through 8th, and then only 11th, and so that's it. It's not all the kids take the test.
From 3rd to 8th and grade 11, that would
Right.
be 196 students for you?
That would have been for that year, yes. I know that we reached, and we have the reports. I think we reached 98% tested, so we did have 1 or 2 that, despite our all efforts, didn't test. But virtually all our students tested. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You had a student in the video that spoke about English language. What specific interventions and supports do you have for English language learners?
We are actually pretty proud of what we do with our ELs. My staff knows you can never take the teacher out of me. I was actually an ELD coordinator, an ELD teacher for many years, and so I have actually taken ownership of the high school students that are newcomers, because we do have some, and it's very difficult for them, especially middle school and high school, especially in high school, to be in the class with everyone else. So for about a year, they actually take a small group instruction with ELD with me. And then the younger kids, the elementary school students, go with Miss Gloria Peña, who is the ELD coordinator in our site. And she pulls them out during language arts instruction and gives them targeted, intensive ELD instruction. So our goal is that in a year they can hang in with the rest of their peers. But we know, especially because we only see them 3 days, we have to do that. We have to do something special. And we also bring them in on Fridays.
So do you allow the EL learners to do 100% homeschooling, or do they have to be part of the 3 days coming in?
Great question. I always, to be honest, especially when the parents don't speak English and they can't really teach the kids the content, I strongly, strongly recommend they bring them. And we can't make them, so it doesn't happen very often. Occasionally a parent will say, no, I want to teach my kid at home, and it's not always for the best reasons. So we track the kid's progress, and if the kid is not making progress, that's when we say, you know what? And we always approach it as from a partnership side. You know what? Let us help you. Let us help you. Let us just give you a hand. So we've had really good luck with having them all on site, because we know it doesn't work so well at home. It really doesn't. They still have the choice. Yeah.
Thank you. So the decision before the board is either this can be the first read and we can take the information that we've got today and bring this back and thank them for their presentation, or a motion can be made to approve. And Dr. Reyes can provide additional information, including that stack of information we got before the board meeting.
So let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Well, not you. Dr. Reyes. Sorry. Staff is recommending approval. Why?
So the normal process is to put it forward, but then when they do the first reading, then we would have questions from the board, and if the board has additional questions based on the information presented, then we would present that to you with either the same recommendation or a possible different recommendation. So in the second reading, we would.
So is there a potential for you to find material changes to the information that they presented and you have gathered before bringing this item here?
Correct. So right now, based on some of the questions that you asked, for example, I know Trustee Dominguez Cervantes asked regarding the comparison between schools. I can provide more specific information with similar school information, district information comparisons. I could do it by grade levels, so I can show you grade levels. I can disaggregate data, for example, ELs with ELs, math with math, ELA with ELA, as a block, but also as by grade levels. So they'll be able to give you more information, and I can provide that by Friday.
I would think that is part of the review process that the district does before bringing this item forward. As we monitor charter schools.
And I would have a meeting with the executive director of human resources, Mr. Mora, to go over the data and have additional questions answered, and then provide guidance or recommendations to the board.
I have to agree with Trustee Tamayo. Staff recommended approval, and as I shared earlier, with a poor choice of word, but we do have other schools within our school district that have struggled due to the different behavioral issues, and I failed to ask what the behavior concerns are as far as students go.
Actually, a lot of our students come to our school precisely because they are fleeing from other district schools. They feel like their kid has been bullied or they're not safe. And what I tell the parents is we pride ourselves in having a safe school because we know this is why you're bringing them. So we are very proactive. And again, it's very simple because we're smaller. The minute that some concern arises, we immediately get on it. We immediately contact the parents, figure out what's going on. We have a counselor on site. We just don't let it slide, but it's just a lot harder for kids to get away with things because they have so many eyes on them, to be honest. And generally speaking, I mean, our subs love our school because they go in. It's definitely a different environment, and you're welcome to come in. The kids, they're just like any other kid, but you don't see the big disciplinary problems. We see them like everywhere else, but we tackle them immediately.
I motion to approve.
Second.
Do you have any other questions or comments? Recording secretary, please call.
I had one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I get what's your reclassified rate?
Miss Gloria Peña probably knows it off the top of her. Yes, again, that individual attention, we do give them a lot.
before we take the vote, I do want to make the comment, just like you stated with many of your students, the extra time to look over documents and read things. To me, having the presentation today with so much information, I'm feeling a little rushed and feel like I'm not making the most informed decision that I can possibly make. And so I just want to make sure that comment is made, because the questions that are being asked, I'm a little bit concerned that the leader of the school is unable to answer. It's great that our team members can answer, but the director of the school has to turn and look for someone else.
With all due respect, we have the data. It's just, again, it's not, we were asked to do a 15-minute presentation. We're respecting your time, but I do acknowledge your concern. Thank you for that.
Okay. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Nay.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye, and of note, we have had several presentations here today that not one of the presenters could answer all the questions. We had adjusters present.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2. All right, moving along in the agenda, we need to go back to item 10A, the safety and health report.
Or
no, sorry, 9A. I'm off on my numbering. 9A. I was right on the title.
Yes, it's just a number. Sure, throw it to you.
No, I think they're for us. Yeah, porque nos dieron uno a cada quien.
Everybody going? Paid for all y'all? Thank you.
9A todavía.
Okay. All right. Good evening, President Gote, Board, Cabinet. Here's your safety update for the month of October. Oh, shucks. Got it? Okay. Comprehensive school safety plan draft was due today from all school sites. We have quite a few. I have full confidence that we'll get all probably by tomorrow morning. Darren will kind of oversee all of that. He'll take a look at those. He'll get those back to the principals and the APs with any comments that he has. The final is due on November 17th. Next slide. Sub new hire orientation. So the question was asked about EJICS and how do we get subs into our EJICS platform. Well, here it is. So at the orientation, we teach it, we go over it, and we also give them steps to be able to sign in to the EJICS app. Once they sign in to the EJICS app, what happens is they have 8 hours to be signed in, and then EJICS automatically logs them out after the 8 hours. Excuse me. It does not track them. It doesn't keep their information or anything like that for any additional purposes. Next slide. AB 49. This is in reference to ICE on our school campuses. Assembly Bill 49 came out. I will not read each line item, but student records and family privacy is one. I'll read the first one as far as the immigration officers cannot enter non-public school areas without a valid judicial warrant, subpoena, or court order. Student protection, family notification, how do we notify families, and then our required policies. I'll wrap it all up here in a second. Next slide.
Then we have Senate Bill 98, limiting immigration enforcement officers on school grounds. So we're talking about sensitive location protections, data restrictions, again, notification requirements. So what has to happen is all these things have to go into the CSSPs by March 1st. So we have to have a devised plan on how we plan on to incorporate these things at our school sites. So we're not asking the principals to do it. My team will do it. So we'll put the information together. We'll get it into the CSSPs, and then we'll reach out to the principals to kind of go over that plan with them, just for continuity purposes, so we're all on the same page and doing the same things. Next slide. And then tomorrow is the Great Shakeout, October 16th at 10:16. We're pretty excited about it. We'll be doing it here at the school district. I've been told we have some visitors that may be on site at that time. They're welcome to participate if they want. Obviously, if they have any disabilities or ailments, I wouldn't recommend it, but they all are welcome to participate. Next slide. Any questions?
We have no speakers on this item. Board comments or questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Short and sweet. Do we get a view of the safety plans for the schools?
Do we? Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So what happens is once we get the final version, we simply get them to the board so you all can review them as well and also get approval for them.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm glad you brought up the issue of the immigration. And I brought this up last month to AB 495, which was signed on Sunday by Governor Newsom. And the intent was good to, make sure that children didn't go home.
Trustee Dominguez, that's not an agendized item. And
safety.
But it wasn't in his presentation, and we could end up having it in a future board meeting, so we can't talk about it right now.
I can talk about safety. Safety is his presentation.
Safety, but not that portion. It's not part of what he presented. You can talk about his presentation.
He said immigration on his screen.
But he didn't say AB 495.
Okay, I'll keep it to my comments, so I'll be asking about that.
Any other questions or comments?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Item 11, consent calendar. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless the members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. In addition to what items are pulled by the board, the public has pulled item 11H for discussion. And starting with Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, do you have items for pulling on the consent calendar?
P, as in Peter.
11P?
11P.
Is that the only item?
That's the only one.
Thank you. Trustee Tolston?
11C, subsection B, job descriptions.
Is that the only one?
Yep.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
11B.
Uh-huh.
Then 11C, subsection 11CB.
CB, okay.
11CD.
Uh-huh.
11CJ.
Yes.
And separate from that, 11D, 11I, and 11P. Some of them are just quick questions.
Thank you. Trustee Tamayo? And I don't have any items for pulling. Is there a motion to, let me go through the list. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar without the item 11B as in boy, 11C, so, because we have to take the whole thing, 11D, 11I, and 11P
H also.
H, I'm sorry, NH, I caught the one I.
Move to approve.
Second.
Consent calendar.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. All right, starting with trustee Dominguez Cervantes, 11B.
11B, I just needed more of a clarification on page 29, item 15, general information, items, reports. I was just hoping we could get clarification. I did say attendance daily, the attendance date, the ADA, the
What page?
page
29.
page 29 of the minutes, item 15, under general information items report. ADA, I just wanted the acronym, not to just be the acronym, to spell it out.
Okay.
And then you go ahead and use the acronym, but if we could spell out what it stands for. That's it. That's it for that.
Move to approve 11B with the
Yes.
revision.
Second.
Okay. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right. I'm not sure which order comes first. I know it's 11C. And it's B, D, and J, but I thought, okay, B, D, and J within 11C. I know that trustee Ramirez Dominguez also pulled 11CB.
Oh,
right?
it was me.
Yes.
It was me.
Okay, because I thought you said the job description was CB.
No, that was me.
Oh, that was you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I have a T of Tolston, sorry. You only pulled one. I'm looking at the wrong column. I have a column for everybody. Okay, trustee Tolston.
I just wanted, I know we discussed it in the agenda meeting, but I just wanted to put it out, like, for you to explain the change between, like, the assistant superintendent of leadership and instruction, what the benefits are that two positions will be combined, and just explain a little more for informational purposes, please.
Correct. So currently, Ms. Jessica Morales, her title is Area Assistant Superintendent. So however, we also had another position, which was Assistant Superintendent, and it was like a very long title, which included curriculum and instruction. And so what we want to do is, because that position was not filled, but yet Ms. Morales is kind of doing both, and we don't have the area. We changed the way we're supporting schools. Before it was by areas, but now it's through curriculum and instruction, teaching and learning. And so the whole idea was to combine both and include innovation. So the focus of this new position includes innovation, because teaching and learning, curriculum and instruction, and innovation, because innovation should be part of any kind of teaching. So that's why you don't see bold, because it's a brand new position that has both. And then what we'll do is we'll eliminate the other two positions.
Which is a savings.
Correct. So we didn't reflect it here because, correct, we saved one position. It wasn't reflected here because on the new budget, the one that we currently have, it's already been taken into consideration. It's already been reduced.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, did you also pull this?
B, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
On page 6 of 18, under job descriptions, the Human Resources Technician for Risk Management, the job description is also on page 14 of 18. My question is, it was last approved on March of 2022. So I was wondering why this was before us. Are we looking to hire and fill that position?
There is.
Dr. Rosendale.
Hi. So yes, this is a position that we currently have in our in risk management, but we're making an adjustment to it. The adjustment that's being made is currently it reports to Human Resources Director, Director of Risk Management. The position that this this tech position would be reporting to would be to the Senior Benefits and Risk Management manager.
So this position is not filled right now?
Correct.
But we're looking to fill it?
Yes.
And Mr. Mark Pong built that all into the budget before? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's already budgeted, but not filled. So before we fill it, we want to make the changes.
That's fine. Thank you. On B, I'm done there.
Okay, CD, you also
That's
pulled?
me.
Okay.
I don't know if someone else?
No, it's
just me?
It's you now, yeah.
Okay. 11 CD, resignations, on page 7 of 18. What is, and I'm glad it came up actually in the FICMAT, and I believe Mr. Mora addressed it also, the exit interviews. And I'm really happy that they're calling it out to also then use that data to how to make us better. So that was my question that I had here. I had no idea Mr. Mora was going to speak to it. Thank you on that one. And 11 CJ, consultants, page 12 of 18. Playground renovations at various sites. Which schools are impacted by this? Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, this is the actual installation, and so we're getting there. Trustee Dominguez. Mr. Pong, do you have the actual sites?
Page 12 of.
Page 12 of 18. It's
So the schools are Loma Verde, Clearview, Rogers, Otay, Montgomery, and Lauterbach.
And those are the schools that still need to be completed or have
That will be completed with this.
with this extension of time? It didn't change the monetary amount, did it?
What is the question?
Did it change the amount?
The amount?
For the installation? Well, this new. No, it didn't. But this is a new item.
No, this is extending the date.
Right.
Yep, we had some delay in the delivery of the equipment, so.
So we're just extending, but
We're
there's
not.
no additional cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Not with this item.
Thank you. That answers those questions.
Move to approve 11C.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11D, trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes. The adoption of a new schedule, well, specifically it's for December, right? Well, this is really short notice, and the change to later Wednesday in the month, it's really close to Christmas season, and I've made some plans. So
Dr. Reyes?
In December, we print out the board approves the calendar of meetings for the year as with the board request. Then we bring it forward to the board, and then the board can choose or choose to either approve or not approve a change on the date.
Right.
In this particular case, kind of like what we did I believe for this one. It was supposed to be on the last week on the 8th, and I believe Trustee Ramirez
Yes.
asked to be changed, and then we changed it. And so we have to check with the county because there are certain guidelines and timelines, like a window of time that we can have board meetings. So we did check to make sure that it was within that timeline, and it does fall within the timeline. So from the district perspective, it is allowable to change it from the district perspective.
Right. You shared with me that Trustee Ugarte had a conflict, so that's why we were requesting the change, and that it didn't make a difference as far as the organizational and what happens.
Correct.
That it wouldn't affect the change. I understand that. But I was just sharing with you that it affects my already plans for the holidays. So I was just sharing. Mhm.
Any other questions or comments on item 11D? I need a motion.
Move to approve 11D.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Nay.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1. Item 11I, trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
H.
Oh, it's H, I'm sorry. Rachel Tehan, please. You had a comment or question on the Williams Act? Keep forgetting H, you're fine. You had to tell me because I keep forgetting.
The question you? Tamaya?
It's me again.
Hi.
I want to start first by acknowledging the positive news in this year's Williams Act report with 0 complaints filed. That's a big feat. That's a reflection of how hard our school sites are working to address concerns quickly and collaboratively before they ever reach the point of a formal complaint, and that deserves recognition. With that in mind, I'd just like to offer some food for thought that could help ease some of the stress and scramble we often see at the start of the school year. Student consumables are typically ordered and delivered in sets of 25 and 31 based on grade level. If you've ever been a teacher in the classroom, it's very helpful to have a teacher copy of the consumable for modeling purposes. And then also just having those few additional copies, not only to account for materials that are lost or damaged, but again, just so that we have a copy to use in small groups with our students as opposed to just the teacher manual. And it just makes sense that if we know these extra materials are needed and will be requested, to get ahead of the game and plan for those materials at the start of the school year so we aren't still trying to get a hold of or wait for requested materials heading into Q2 of the school year. As we know, backlogs happen with deliveries, so just getting ahead of the game would be helpful. Additionally, we know that SDC teachers don't just teach the 2 grade levels that are listed on their rosters. They're often serving students across a wide range of grade levels. It would be extremely helpful if they had access to physical curriculum materials and student consumables spanning TK through 6th grade, so they can more effectively meet the diverse needs of the students in their classrooms. Thank you for considering these adjustments as we continue working together to support both students and educators. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Reyes, if we can look at that. I know that when we order materials nationwide, they tend to be based on those numbers of students in the classroom. And so if we can just keep in mind that we have more students than the average and the teachers need a copy. Thank you. This is an action item.
Move to approve 11H.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And then trustee Ramirez Dominguez, this is your column, 11P, and then also trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
11I,
I have
Madam
aye.
Oh,
President.
I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping all over here. It was us, trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, I have aye.
Gotcha.
Renew site participation for the Qualcomm Think Bit Lab for the, I had a question. What is the split between the Title I and Title IV monies here, and how's it determined?
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Morales?
I think Mr. Pong could give like the exact amount that we split between the employees. Typically, it's looking at our different title monies to determine how to maximize them, right? So we know we want to spend our title monies down. Our Title IV money is less money, significantly less money than our Title I budget is. So what we do is we put a lot of personnel in our Title IV budget. That's a lot of our innovation station teachers, for example. That frees up some Title I money, which we can spend in different ways. And then Mr. Pong has the exact breakdown he can apply.
Before we get there, help me understand. So the Title I money doesn't, are we saying that we're taking some of that Title I money that should be going to a school to go here?
Mm-hmm.
We use some of our Title I money for district expenditures as well. So we have allocations for the school, and then we also have money that we spend for district expenses.
How much
Because-
is that? What's the ratio of that? I mean, if we get X dollar amounts, how much of it is for district expenditures versus it actually, well, I know it indirectly supports the students, but how much gets to the site?
Yeah, I'd have to hand that over to Mr. Pong, but
Okay.
for example, in like the innovation stations, we do service students across all of the different schools in the
Mhm.
district. But the details of that breakdown, I'll hand it over to our math guy.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he has it right now, but if he doesn't, I'll be
We
happy
get
to
it?
share that in an update.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We can wait till then. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, move to approve 11I.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Now we're at P.
Yes, we are.
Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
11P. Looking at the appendix included, I see that the amount of revenue we receive versus the amount of expenses we have for the year, it's not the same. So there's leftover money. And my question is, where is that leftover money and what are we doing with it?
Dr. Reyes?
Yes, Mr. Brown, you want to take that one? And in regards to how we get the money, and that is that how we receive the the revenue from the CFDs, and how it's spent, and why there's always not always, but there's a leftover amount.
So on attachment A, we can see that there's revenue of about 26 million, and there's expenditures of about 25.8 million. So there's a difference of just about 200,000. So we use those funds to have a reserve, and we also we have to be able to. You can see here that there's some delinquencies, so we need to have a reserve in case there's delinquencies that the district needs to pay from.
So we have a piggy bank where we're saving it?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
My question was very similar. I was wondering where the difference went, and you said it goes into, isn't the CFD monies designated for a specific activity?
Yes, it can only be spent on those schools in those area and to service the debt. Yes.
You're a pretty good tracker. And you figure out what schools get this additional money?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Move to approve 11P.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 12, public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing items must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Item B1, conduct a public hearing to perform a specified service for the period of October 15th, 2025 through May 31st, 2026, and adopt a resolution regarding short-term classified employee. Dr. Rosendale.
So, Mrs. Casey, you want to take that one?
Yes, this is for a position for special education to help support for a short period of time, to help support some of the staff in the front office to do with some of the files.
Any questions from the board? I'm now opening the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on this matter? Seeing no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 13, administrative action items. Approve the renewal of the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services contract. Dr. Reyes.
Services. So every year we bring forward the contracts of our assistant superintendents. In this case, tonight we have each one of the contracts. We'll be starting with the contract for our assistant superintendent of student services, Sharon Casey. You had the opportunity to look at the contracts. Basically, everything is the same. So nothing changed. Nothing changes in regards to salary expectations. Everything remains constant. The only thing that changes is that it extends it 1 year. So there's 2 years remaining. So now, if it's approved, it will be 3 years. 3 more years.
Motion to approve.
Second. Third.
Recording
Fourth.
secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Approve the renewal of the Assistant Superintendent of Leadership and Instruction contract. Dr. Reyes.
Again, this would be the contract for Jessica Morales that before the prior agenda item was the area soup. Now is the Assistant Superintendent of Leadership and Instruction. And again, everything remains the same. It only extends the time.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Third.
Fourth.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Approve the renewal of the Assistant Superintendent for Business Services and Support contract. Dr. Reyes.
Again, we have the contract for Mr. Ponk, who's the Assistant Superintendent for Business Services and Support. His was different in regards that he has a shorter term, and we want to extend it 3 more years. Again, with everything remaining the same in regards to salary and step.
Move to approve.
Second.
They're all trying to
Third.
beat each other. All right. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right. Item 11E, discussion and, excuse me, my numbering's off. You guys know that. Discussion and approval of a contract for recruitment services for the position of Senior Director of Facilities, Planning, Maintenance, and Operations, Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Last month, we brought for your review a contract with MGT to look at potential recruitment services, and we were requested to bring back additional options. So we did seek additional quotes from some other potential recruitment agencies. So we have 3 options here. The first one being School Services of California, the second being MGT, and then the third being School Leaders. Both School Services of California and School Leaders have 2 different options. One is for a higher level of like a full executive search. They would do all of the recruitment, screening. They would provide for first round interview panels, and then School Services does their specialized. They do a credential, reference, and credit check on their applicants. And then they also both offer more of a light service where it's just where they're consulting our HR department on the recruitment. and then MTT is similar to the light services on the others. So it's really to determine if we want full-on assistance or if we just want assistance to our HR department.
So just for clarification, before I go to the board for comments and questions, any motion would be for a particular option. So it would be motion for option such and such.
Mhm.
Okay. So board questions and comments with regard to the options?
Should I go ahead?
Yeah.
My question, well, some of my questions, have all of these options, or more specifically, the agencies that offer these services, were reviews done for any complaints from school districts or anything that would deter us from voting for them?
Yeah, so all these organizations are very reputable. For example, School Services California are used by all districts, everyone in California.
Okay. And before moving on, I'd like to read an email that we received. All of us received this email, and this person took the time to write this up, and I think we need to dignify his time. He says, "Good afternoon. I am a concerned citizen of Chula Vista, owning and residing in a home within the boundaries of your district. Thank you for your efforts to be as transparent as possible and for asking questions and seeking clarification on items on the board agendas." This was addressed to all the board here. "You're doing an excellent job, and as a community member, I appreciate your dedication to the best interests of our students and community. The purpose of my email is to discuss the process the district is using to try to hire a new COO or Senior Director of Facilities, M&O. When explaining why it is imperative to hire a third party to screen a pool of applicants, it's interesting how Dr. Reyes mentions that their specialty is in education, not in facilities. Yet the executive cabinet makes the final decision on who they want to bring forward to the board. This is very contradictory. They possess sufficient knowledge and expertise in that field to determine which of the final candidates are qualified enough to move forward and meet with the board, but lack the necessary knowledge to run the entire process. Was your acting COO involved in the initial interview process for the COO candidates? If he was, he made his recommendations along with your CBO and the last third-party agency you used to screen candidates. Yet the executive cabinet found that none of the finalists met the requirements to move forward. Why would this time be any different? Is the executive cabinet looking for someone who can do the job at hand, or someone who can fit in but may not have all the qualifications needed to do the job successfully? Effective communication is essential when running a successful organization, as it demonstrates a high level of professionalism. If the district intends to find someone who can successfully perform this job and excel in the role, the executive cabinet should share why they felt the previous candidates were unable to do the job. This would help establish a baseline for the type of candidate you're looking for, and at a minimum, allow the governing board to review their qualifications and understand why they felt those candidates were not a good fit, especially after Mr. Reyes' explanation about why a third party is needed to hire this position. I know that $10,000 may not sound like a lot of money to many, but when it comes to school facilities and school budgets, every cent matters. Now the district wants to spend an additional $20,000 plus for the same process, expecting different results. Please help me understand the logic behind this. The district is in deficit spending and should be looking for ways to keep that money in the classrooms. Spending $30,000 to have someone screen candidates instead of asking Mr. Romero to do this job is very irresponsible. The executive cabinet exists to make these informed and challenging decisions. Is this not the case? Thank you for taking the time to read my concerns, and I hope to hear from you soon. So I felt that this would capture any questions the community might have.
I do have a question for Dr. Reyes and possibly HR. Is there an option that they would like us to consider?
So The reason why we brought this forward is I know the board was interested in having us go through an organization that could help us with the process. In looking at this, you know, the one that I've worked with in the past is School Services of California. They're very well known. They're very reputable. So for example, if you look at option 1, where they have an industry expert, they do the marketing, the advertising, they screen the applicants, they interview, they provide interview questions, and they provide expert panelists for the first round, and then they do all the credit checks. So if the board is interested in having experts in the field that have a wide range, because they have a wide range of coverage, and it's an organization that is very respected, then I would go with option 1.
Move to approve option 1.
Oh, I have a question. Is option 2 the same provider, right?
Correct.
So in option 2, would they be providing the wide range of people also?
So on that one, they would be consulting for the posting. So they'll be helping us post. They would do applicant screenings. So there's different process. There's different stages. In the very first one is the screening of an applicant. So for example, do they meet all the requirements? Do they have the experience that we require? Do they, all the different things that is required? They do that, and they provide interview questions. They also provide one expert panelist for the first round, but they don't do the interviews. So they would send us the expert panelist.
They don't do the interviews for the first one either.
They do.
It says the same thing. Expert panelist for the first one, and it says expert panelist for the first round of interviews. It's the same thing.
Okay.
So in the option 2, which is less expensive, we basically get the same thing. So,
Well, you do get the marketing and advertising on option 1. You get the industry expert, and you get the credential and reference and credit checks.
That's important to me.
That's important to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The credentials.
Mhm.
The credentials have to be.
Yes.
Trustee Tamayo made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Recording secretary, please call for the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Nay.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1.
And we will contact them first thing in the morning.
Thank you. We've already done item 4.
So I'm sorry, President Ugarte, it's 10:25 and we need to extend, if the board wants to extend.
What are we doing? Oh,
If the board wishes to extend, we have, so what's pending are because by 10:30 is the deadline, we have so we only have the board policies
We have the board policies.
that we can bring next time, or
It's not the only thing. I need to speak on my issue that I will have to speak it.
so it's up to the board to extend or not
do
extend.
you need to speak on board policies?
Could we move?
Yes, I do.
could-
I have
Would we bring the policies next time and then move on to the following items? Which
So,
are-
so the vote, we have to vote, well, you have to vote on whether or not to extend the board meeting,
I
because.
motion to extend.
So the way to answer Trustee Tolson's question.
Could we omit? for
We
next time,
would
since-
extend first, and then we would take a motion to table items 14
And we bring
B
them
to
next.
E, and then that way we can bring them
If we don't get to it,
if we don't get to it with the 30 minutes.
well, then we'd have to skip those and go to.
We would skip those to make sure that if
And we bring
we
them back
fit
next
on the
month.
30 minutes, because I don't think the policies will be done in 30 minutes.
No.
Unless you don't have any questions.
I do have questions
Yeah.
on the telephone policy.
Only on the telephone policy?
Mm-hmm.
So then we
Oh, yeah.
move to extend, and then
So
if we extend, then we
you
can
have to move to extend
o-
to a certain time.
Pardon?
You have to specify the time.
amount of time.
Can we extend 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
And then only do telephone policy and table the rest?
Okay. Right now, it has to be a motion to extend first.
Motion to extend for 30 minutes.
I'm going to second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye, motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so now how can I make a motion to table the remaining items on item 14 for next month?
C, D, and E?
It would be, what was it? B,
B
C,
through E.
yeah. B through E.
Well, you wanted to have a conversation about the phones, right? Do you want to have that conversation first and then table the rest?
Yes.
We can pass one.
Mhm.
Let's have the conversation on 14B. Madam President?
So I need a motion for the tabling.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet? Okay. So item 14B, the first and second reading, possible adoption of board policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices, phone-free school day. Ms. Casey.
Thank you. So Assembly Bill 3216 requires school district to adopt a cell phone free policy by July 1st, 2026. So this is the first reading of a policy for your review.
And trustee Dominguez Cervantes, I believe you have questions?
Yes, on page 1, we're talking about emergency should be declared by school personnel, but it believe here, I couldn't find my notes here, so I have to go by. Emergency declared by school personnel, not just, let's see, instructional use.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you,
Zero in on it.
You said page 1 of 4, or?
Yes.
Sure.
do you
My
know,
point to it is to declare, the emergency should be declared by school personnel. Where it was here.
Oh, okay.
So can I, when you're asking about where it says following exceptions, and it says emergency situations, health-related purposes, is that where you're looking?
Yes, my eyes are getting
So
blurry.
are you asking for us to add more to where it says emergency situations?
so what does they ask? I'm sorry.
To add that emergency should be declared by school personnel.
So for example, so in addition to 1, 2, 3? Or?
I think she's talking about.
Because on number 1, in the case of an emergency or in response to a perceived threat of danger, it should include that who's going to identify the emergency.
Well, so for example, it could be a situation where there's an emergency, a medical emergency, somebody falls down with a medical emergency. It wouldn't be the school. Whoever's there will
Okay.
pick up the phone and call 911.
Okay, I can
Yeah.
live with that.
Yeah.
Okay, page 2. The school bus. The school bus is an extension of the school. So the rule should still apply, or check what the state recommends or other districts are doing. So school bus should be an extension of the school and not allow that additional ability to go use their phones.
Yeah.
But there's no
my-
learning
so-
happening,
Do we
right?
have
So my
established-
so my understanding to answer that, my understanding of the rule is that it's within the regular school hours. So in the bus would be either before or after the regular school hours.
So it's not like when they're going on a field trip?
Correct. So it would be during after school hours.
Okay, does it say this?
So after 3 on the prior page says phone use shall be allowed outside of regular school hours, which may include
Page
but-
3?
So right about that,
One at the bottom of
Okay.
very bottom.
the last sentence, and then which
Outside, okay.
yeah, under the following circumstances when riding a bus to and from school.
Okay.
I have a question. Is this policy going to be implemented in our charters as well?
Correct.
Okay.
So, sorry, follow up.
Is that correct?
or
Charter
double check.
schools.
Correct.
Yes.
So, just some of our charters go higher than 6th grade. So, that's not in the policy.
Does it specifically say?
It says TK to 6.
Where, what page are you on? Oh, I
Um,
see it, I see it.
Yeah,
Got it.
Got it.
I'm just, yeah.
Go ahead.
My understanding is that they would have their own policy with because they have their own boards.
I see. Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
I wasn't quite done yet.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. But on page 2, items 2 through 4. So I'm just wondering if I'm just misreading it, or if maybe the header could be a little different. Phone use, thank you, Dr. Reyes, for calling that out on page 1 on the bottom. Phone use shall be allowed outside of regular school hours, which may include, but is not limited to, the following circumstances. 2 through 4, when arriving at school prior to the initial school bell. So they can use it on school grounds, is what we're saying.
Prior to the beginning of the school.
Prior to the beginning of the school bell.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought had been not to be allowed to be used on campus, period. So,
It to be more firm.
yes.
Yeah, so the discussion was that it's during school hours and not necessarily on school grounds, because school grounds could be any time, school hours specific to class time, to avoid distractions, to avoid sending text messages, etc. If it's before, so for example, the bell rings right after school, the bell rings, and the student can call mom and say, hey, I want to be on the front side or the back side of the school after the bell rings.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
Oh, do we motion to approve or motion to approve?
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
And this is not during school hours, correct? We're very clear. Okay.
Bell to bell.
Yay. Yay.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye, motion carries 5-0.
All right. Do you want to consider the rest of them, or you want to table them? Are there questions on the other ones?
My suggestion, unless you have questions, the other ones are very procedural, and they come from business from business,
So we don't need
and they're very
And they're reapprovals, right?
they're reapprovals.
14 was simple. The next one, just one letter. 14C was just in number 3. The way it reads, it says at the close of the school year, you crossed off the superintendent.
Number 3. Okay.
Yes, and I
Let's
think you need to
consider-
have something, because who's going to request these transfers?
I'm sorry, which one are you looking at?
Page 1.
Page 1 of 2, number 3 at the very bottom. At the close of the school year, I believe, or unless you're going to substitute the superintendent, the superintendent
Or designee.
will request that the county or something, because you're not saying who. At the close of the school year, request that the county superintendent. It's missing your noun.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Pong, do you see that? So who basically is who's doing the action? Who will request it?
Here it gives it to the county superintendent of schools.
Well, no, it's requested too.
If you read above the header, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Pong, but if you look at, however, when it is in the best interest of the district, the board may, 1, may 2, may 3, so it's the board.
May, at the close of the school year, request that the county superintendent. So the superintendent's out. Is that what you want?
Well, we typically bring resolutions to the board to be able to transfer the funds, to give us the flexibility at the end of the year.
Okay, one less thing for you to do,
Close the
Dr.
So,
Reyes.
so I think it should read, the superintendent would request with the approval of the board.
Okay.
That way, it's requested by superintendent, but requires the approval of the board.
Fine, so we'd correct that?
Correct? Is that?
Yes,
Yeah.
motion to make that
And
correction?
include the
Second.
designee.
I'm sorry?
And include the designee also, or?
And designee, yes, or designee.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Domínguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Four-
Item 14D.
14D, I had a quick, on there is, does this also mean, I know that we not, trying not to put that pressure on the families and the children about owning school books. Does this also mean library books that the students checked out?
Yes, correct? Yes.
So they can take the books and not return them?
Legally, yes.
Yeah, legally, if they don't bring it back, a child doesn't bring it back, we can't.
So we
hold it.
can't hold the transcripts. We can't
Oh,
withhold
no, we wouldn't hold the
transcripts.
transcripts, but
Oh, okay.
just want to make sure that we're clear
So
on this.
we will make every attempt to
To-
collect, but
To get them,
yeah.
uh-huh.
Deny and hold. Okay.
D.
Move to approve 14D.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Domínguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 14E.
I'm okay with that.
One more.
14E. Lottery funds.
Who's second
Who
C?
seconded C? The transfer of funds when we just did it. The, not D.
The first one.
Oh, it was Tolston. It was Tolston, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're on E now. We're all a little loopy today.
Just one page.
14E.
I'm fine with it.
No? All right. Move to approve 14E.
Aye. Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Domínguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Report calendar to the Board of Education. Any reports requested by trustees?
Yes.
Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
No, so yeah. Okay, can I have a report and a possible presentation of what are we doing to respond to AB 495? That's it.
I'll be bringing that up too, so.
Trustee Tolston?
No, not today.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Combo classes, I know in August, I believe, when we were bringing up the idea of combo classes, Trustee Tamao had also asked about the cost.
Did we not get that in the
So,
board
so,
update?
so we did send that on the update.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, there
So-
was
We
a.
resend it for her.
There was in a Friday update, they sent the cost, it's expensive, so.
Okay.
But it's about a little bit over 130,000 per classroom.
130,000 per classroom. I know Ms. Kara was concerned about that, wondering.
No.
And the reports. And it's a spin-off of what Trustee Karen was speaking about. I know last month we spoke about AB 495, and the attorney that was here said he was going to research it. I don't know. He said he had gotten instruction to research it, and I don't know that we've gotten anything. And one of the biggest concerns for us is that who can remove the children from the classroom? Like I said earlier, I know the intent was good, that, you know, you don't want children going home and there's no parent with immigration issues or whatever. But the way it was written, it opens it up the door to all the children. So it didn't specify those issues. So it opened the door to all the children. It redefined and broaden the definition to include any adult with a mentoring relationship with the child, including non-relatives, such as teachers, neighbors, family, friends, and relatives to the 5th degree, or divorce from a family member. Language is really vague. I know, parents who have gone through divorces, you don't want the ex to get them, but now they can come get them. That's dangerous. So I'm hoping that we can ramp up our emergency cards, that everyone has them in place. But the way this is written, it actually trumps the emergency card. I asked around, I called a couple of other school boards. They did a parallel policy that stays within the parameters of the 495. It gives us enough wiggle room to possibly insert something else to ensure that we have, because we can't even call CPS. Our hands are tied. We cannot call CPS.
Would it be worth the time for us to get the most current reiteration that was passed? Because I know, like, as our speaker said,
I've got the summary right here.
Through the whole,
yeah.
Just get the one without the cross-throughs and.
Yes, and that's what I pulled out.
So Ms. Casey, can you work that with legal, please?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Like I said, it includes all step-parents, step-siblings, and all relatives whose status is preceded by the words great, great-great, or grand, or the spouse of any of those persons specified in the definition, even after the marriage has been terminated. So within that 5th degree of kinship, we're talking about 1,000 strangers. That is a lot. So I know no one here and no one anywhere wants our babies taken by anyone that the parent did not authorize them to be taken. So I think it's passed. So now we need to work with that and what we can do best to ensure that our children are safe. There's no background checks, no fingerprinting, no home visits or welfare checks, no legal hearing, no accountability if the child is harmed.
Any other report? So are you asking
So I'm asking.
Are you piggyback on that
Yes,
as well?
but I
Okay.
want more elaborate, like more defined. What are we going to do? I'd like to see it on the agenda, if you would consider that. Chairwoman, President.
Let me ask this in a way. Are you requesting the policy committee look into a parallel policy with regard to AB 495? You said you talked to.
I talked to 2 school districts, board members, to see what they were going to do.
Have they done it or not yet?
Yes, one of them has done it.
What school district is that, so we can look into it?
Yeah, Lakeside.
Lakeside?
Mm-hmm. They did it, and they sent me theirs.
So I said, like.
I'd like to make a request that our policy committee brings back something for next month.
I don't know if we can do it that fast.
Well,
We'll
then I
work on
can
it.
help. Well, we really need to, you're right, I understand. And I'll send you what I have and see what you can iron out. Just parents and school districts, it protects our staff also,
So-
not just the students.
So we'll do this. We'll start looking into Lakeside and what policy they have. Then we'll also look into, we'll work with legal. And then once we develop a draft, then we'll take it to the policy committee.
I'll send the 3 of you
What you have.
was sent
Yes.
to me, so you can work with that. Thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time. Just sent her, but she said she's not even
No,
going
no,
to have
no.
time.
No, so it's
I
not
didn't say
3.
it wasn't half time.
So that way it's not 3.
Yeah, it's not 3. So
Oh,
it's 2.
yes, thank you. Thank you. So that one was the most important one for me, and in the time constraints that we have. Also, I did ask before, Dr. Reyes, for a breakdown on how our students are doing. The CASP came out right in October, and I want to see, and this is something that Trustee Tamayo has asked for in the past, we need to know each school, how each grade is doing, because we need to, we're going to save some money with some of these software. It's going to disappear, and where we can find more money to see what we can do to support the students. We need to get them, and I know I'm speaking to the choir. I know everybody wants them, but now we have to do something. We can't wait more, because those students are moving on to the next grade, and we know what happens when you feel dumb. You start getting into trouble. You start doing things like what happened here at Eastlake High School last week, where they're fighting, there gunshots, and then there was a knife taken out at the game. These things just snowball. The children need to feel that they're successful, that there's hope. But when they feel there's no hope, they start acting out. And that's the part we can do that we're responsible for.
So we will be doing a presentation on Casper Schultz, December the latest, in December.
Each grade, each school. I want to know who needs help. Yeah. And if I got to go hit up people to donate money or something, I will.
No, we'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Do you have any reports that you would like? It doesn't have to be next month, but or even in December, but I would like, in preparation for her new title, I would like a short presentation on all the wonderful things that are happening under leadership and instruction, because I'm hearing it and I just want to be able to get it all in one place. And I go to different sites and I hear it, but I'd like them to present so that I can say, hey, good job.
Yeah, so I think that goes hand in hand with the presentation on CASP, on how we're doing with our academic growth, and because the academic growth doesn't just happen, it's a work of teachers, but it's also the work of principals and a work of the district office that is working with the principals who are working with our teachers.
Okay, board communications, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
First of all, I want to mention that I will be praying for the Ariza family and the loss of Gilbert Ariza. And second of all, this month I was able to take a break, much needed, to come back to the DLAC meeting where we had great presentations from Ms. Lilani Perez and all their reclassification. It was really, really fun. They did like a soccer themed and it was hilarious. So thank you for teaching us. And again, I love learning. So just every time I go to a DLAC meeting, I learn so much. And all our presentations are amazing. So I just, I learned a lot and I enjoy going to those meetings, and that's it. Thank you.
Trustee Tolston?
Okay. I wanted to extend because I didn't want the week of the school administrator to go unnoticed. So happy week of the school administrator. I've expressed many times what the administration of my son's school did for us when we had the most need, and they continue to support us unconditionally to this day, which I will forever be grateful for. I feel like our administrators are sometimes our silent heroes because the teachers are highlighted. Obviously, our administrators are too, but sometimes they have to deal with a lot of very difficult situations, and they're our silent heroes. So thank you for that. And most recently, I had the opportunity to spend time with Ms. Baez at Valle Lindo, and it was a pleasure to be with her. Again, you can always tell the enthusiasm and the dedication they have to every single student that they serve. Every single school that I've had the opportunity to visit has shown the dedication that they have. So I'm very grateful to all of you. So again, happy week of the school administrator. Thank you.
Ditto on that. Happy administrators. Day, week, month, year. Thank you to our staff, to teachers and classified that they do this work all year long too. Thank you. I attended the Faith in Blue here in Chula Vista. There was so many kids booths there. They had balloons, free food, free ice cream. Kids had a great time. They had oldie cars everywhere, and turned out that some of the people there I knew from a long time ago. One of them became a pastor, so turned out good. And I also attended the DLAC meeting, and it was an amazing experience. Probably it's been my best experience that you guys should go. The Mel, it's really, she'd play on words, they did a play on words, and the girls were wearing the
World Cup.
Yes, and then we had Ms. Paula, right, and Dr. Santos, and Miss Stacy, is that her name? Julia, wearing like they worked they were chefs and cooks and you name it, little hats and palote, ready to make tortillas. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for making it a learning experience, making it a fun learning experience. Everybody enjoyed it. Thank you.
Being that we have 8 minutes left,
Use it all up.
I'm going to use them a lot.
Take it
No. Just happy Administrators Week. I know we're keeping you long here, but I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge your week and the work that you do cannot just be summarized to a week. We often, as administrators, we hear the complaints, not the thank yous. So I wanted to share with you my gratitude for everything that you do and to make it work. I know long nights are happening, even weekend work is happening without any thank you. So thank you for that work and for making the district work as efficient as it can be with the tools that are given. So thank you.
I know it seems pedantic, right, to say it, but I am grateful and thank you. And I did send a message to administrators. They're the captains of the ship, and so without them, we crash into those rocks. And I do appreciate the work. I enjoy working and collaborating and going to the sites and seeing what the principals are doing and how they're leading our teachers and our IAs and our staff at the sites so that we can be successful. So thank you very much. Dr. Reyes.
I want to echo the board with a happy School Administrators Week, and I really want to thank all the principals and associate principals. I had the opportunity to be both for many years, and even though I think it was one of the most rewarding and fun positions, it is also extremely stressful. And you get to work many different hats every single day, and every single day is a different experience and different challenges. And so I recognize and all the hard work that goes into leading a school, but I also recognize that our leaders, our site leaders, not just do it with a lot of experience and care, but also genuinely care for each and every single one of the students and staff members. So I just want to recognize that from the bottom of my heart. We see you, and we know that what you do. Thank you.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on November 12th at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for the open session. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're adjourned.
I thought my husband was leaving.